I don't suppose your headphones will reach, will they?
Oh, you know what? I do have a pair of headphones that will reach, but they're not that comfortable. Let's do it. Yeah. I'm a professional gamer.
Didn't you say that in some video or something?
Alright, say something again, so I can check your levels.
Hey, baby! Space is the place and the sky is the limit.
That's how loud you will be, and how loud I will be when I'm sitting in front of the mic. Oh my god, I nearly fell over. Blah blah blah's commentary, alright. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Alright, let's put a link on Twitter.
Are we live already?
Yeah, I put it live just so it's...
Oh shit. So I guess I'll just be watching on Twitch, so I'll probably be a few seconds behind.
Twitch to there, Sly to... Alright, I made a tweet about it. Now I gotta get my phone so I can read the chat. Or maybe you can read the chat. Maybe that could be a thing. You could
Yeah, I
read
can
out
do
chat
that.
things.
The chat live.
Yeah, well, that's what I do. That's what everyone does. Gosh dang darstalies. Oh no! I need my inhaler immediately. Let's do inhaling live.
What do you mean by you need it? Like you just suddenly had
like suddenly
asthma?
suddenly my fucking breath is going. Okay. Ugh, I don't like this. Special stream inhale.
He wasn't. Chat person Collab6 said you were very echoey. That's because you were far away from the microphone, trying to get his inhaler. You sound fine when you're actually close. I think Hippo is currently inhaling. Hippo has an inhaler now. He's, I guess, dying these days.
Oh no, I did it wrong again. Fuck. You're not supposed to breathe out quick. You know when you see inhalers in like fucking Simpsons with Milhouse, you think, oh, they just go, and that's it. That's not how you do it. It's apparently you have to hold it in your lungs for it to take effect. And I often am doing it wrong.
Oh my god, I'm just realizing this is Sly too, yeah?
Yeah, it's Sly too. Have you been watching the other streams? A little bit, maybe?
No, I only saw the video you posted to Given Gaming of the snippet, and I thought that was actually funny.
Yeah.
Didn't understand it, but
But it was funny to me because I was being nonsensical at the time. But yeah, it's fun. You go around, you steal things, you kill guys. I likened it to Assassin's Creed, but with gameplay.
well, I played the shit out of the first. Well, I shouldn't say played the shit. I beat the first Sly Cooper, in like a day, but it was a very passionate experience.
Yeah,
because it was the game that got me into the PS2.
Whoa. See, I haven't
'Cause,
ever heard you talk about PS2 games, because you seem to be a GameCube guy all the time.
I was definitely more of one for a longer time, but I have a pretty considerable PS2 library. It was sort of like I grew up a hardcore Nintendo fanboy, and they're saying that you're echoing. Hold on, let me see what you sound like in the.
I might be echoing.
You are,
Oh no.
but it's like a one to one. It's like there's two of your voice, one
Oh, you know what
immediately
it?
after the other.
You know what it probably is. It's my voice. Oh, this is the problem. My voice is going through Discord so that you can hear me, but it's also going through
Oh.
my streaming thing so that the people can hear me. But if they can hear me twice, maybe I can turn off the streaming one. Let me quickly do that.
Well, if you're coming through on the Discord anyway, is there any reason to keep your mic recording on?
Yeah.
Like, just let them hear the Discord voice.
Alright, I turned it off. Hopefully the echo should be gone.
Yeah, I'll listen in and I'll
See
let you know.
see if I'm completely gone from the thing. Halo doesn't do much. Maybe I'm just really bad at using it.
Alright, yeah, you sound good now.
Good.
Thank
now
God.
now I have a setup for fucking streaming with a friend. This is good.
Yeah. Yeah, now we know. Now we know how it works.
I like figuring out programs and suddenly being able to just hook up things.
Oh yeah, nothing is scarier than the prospect of figuring something out. But once you have figured it out, it's like
It's like
you
you have
feel,
an upper hand on life.
yeah, like you just gain. It's like getting a level up in a video game. Like you suddenly are just way more capable at everything, and your whole life is better, and you can't imagine what it was like to have been, to have not had this power. I just earlier I just invented like a whole new style of video that I'm gonna be trying on my channel. That's like something I've kind of wanted to do forever, but only because I now know how to use FL Studio was I able to do it. Which is to say that I've wanted to make a series like talking about composers, anime music composers, and I've never found a way to do it without like playing a ton of the music. Cause it just, I don't have much to say about them, but you can get the feelings that they're supposed to convey by hearing it. So yeah, now that I know how to mix audio really well, I was able to do that, and it's gonna be cool.
So wait, do you have like their audio on like a thing?
What do
Like
you mean?
Are you playing there's just songs in FL Studio, or what's FL Studio
Yeah,
got to
like
do with
I
it?
put their songs into FL Studio, and I'm able to very easily manipulate like the volume as well as my voice and how, like, I can talk over louder music than I would have been able to previously. Like, if you ever watch the videos by Ahoy, you seen that channel?
I don't think so.
Um, he does like he does video game analysis, but usually about guns, where he'll like take a gun that's popular in a video game and then give the whole history of that gun in real life. But he's got this very like well produced sounding voice, and the videos feel like
Are you talking about Jace W. Connors?
No, not that one. Well, how about did you ever watch any of Chase Face's videos?
Uh, Only briefly when it was relevant to what you guys were doing. I don't really follow his content.
Yeah. Well, him and Evoy both use a lot of compression in their audio recordings
Oh
and
yeah,
like make
you
their
were
voice
saying
sound
this.
really
He
full.
taught you how to make your voice all good.
Yeah, but what what he had tried to teach me and what I looked up, like none of it ended up really helping me. Like, because the way that Chase does his recordings, and I actually don't like the sound of his videos because I think he goes way too far on like processing his voice and just does too much with it, and it sounds, because he's talking constantly through the video, it sounds weird. Like, to me, when I'm hearing someone talk for a long period of time, I want it to sound more homey, like I'm kind of in the room with them, and not like a radio broadcaster voice, which is what
Yeah.
Chase sounds like. And
Everyone
it's like
seems to go
it
for that
gives,
voice, assuming that like the more, I don't know, clear it is, like they're speaking into your ear, the better it is.
yeah.
It's just a
It
different
just
style.
gets grating after a while. Like Chase Face videos are like 20 to 40 minutes long. At some point, I can't take his like voice actory performance anymore. It's like I just want to hear you talk about the game, you know. Um, but what's great about doing that stuff, about using the compression, is that it makes your voice way louder and more full, and so it's way more audible over the music. And it's the kind of stuff it's the reason my rap production's gotten so much better, like that my new songs sound way better than the old ones, is because I figured out how to manipulate the vocals well, especially using FL Studio, which is just very easy. There's a fucking plugin in there literally called Sound Goodizer, all one word, Sound Goodizer, and you just turn it on and it makes your voice sound better. So I figured out that by using that, I could have music playing in the background like much louder and still be able to make out what I'm saying. And I speak sparsely throughout it, just like Ahoy does in his videos. You should check out Ahoy. I think you'd like him. He's great.
What sort of music does he talk about?
He's not a music guy, he's a video game guy, but he just plays, he has music playing in the videos, and it's usually like his videos feel extremely produced, like it's something you would imagine being like a documentary on TV, but there's no like him in it. There's like whenever there's like lots of little animations and stuff like that, kind of like a Curse Gazette video or something. I don't know if you watch Curse Gazette.
Is that the guy Devu likes? The science channel?
Yeah. Yeah, Devu's really into that.
I do like that style, it's pretty good.
Someone asked, can we expect that sometime this month? I'm gonna assume they were referring to the video thing I was talking about that I made, which, yes, you should expect this month. I think that'll be good.
You can expect most digi things to be within a month of them being conceived. You're the sort of person who does that.
That's true, and it's because I just like things to come out fast. And I mean, I have some videos that are taking me like months and months to work on, but everyone knows about them. It's the Shaft video, and that's just because it's like requires me to watch a ridiculous amount of stuff.
Yeah, speaking of like ridiculous amounts, the whole like 2016 anime thing.
Yeah.
Why would you even do that though? Like every single one of them?
Well, the thing is that it was only so hard because I didn't keep up with it throughout the year, and like I had to catch up on so much at the very end. And God, every year they just make more and more shows. And I wanted specific, like in 2014 I did the same thing, but that year I kept up with everything throughout the year, and you know, I marathoned a lot at the very end, and then made the videos like before the year was even over. But with 2016, not only was there so much to catch up on, but like I wanted to get the videos out before February's over. So it was like I have to watch all of it now. You know, there's no room for me to like wait around or anything. So I have to watch every single show, because if it's, you know, post February, the relevance is just going to keep going down because everyone will have made a top 10 video already.
Maybe you should like do that, the finish or fail, like at the end of every month.
Yeah, I'm thinking about something like that. Well, it would have to be every season because, you know, the shows aren't over at the end of a month. But every 3 months, I could do something like that. And I'll probably just do a better job of keeping up with current anime this year. Like last year I made like a point from the summer season onwards, I just like was completely fed up with the whole concept of watching things currently, and I was like, I'm not gonna, like, I guess I wanted to prove that I didn't have to do that as an anime YouTuber, that I didn't have to watch current shows and talk about them, and that I could just do whatever I want, you know, or just address them at the end of the season. So yeah, on some level it was that, but I'll probably do a better job keeping up with stuff this next year, because I like being able to put out a top 20. I think they're super cool. I really admire YMS's top 20 series. Have you watched any of his, or his top 10s rather?
Yeah, I watch everything you need. Well, I watch everything on his main channel. And yeah, those are, even though I don't care about any of the things, it's fun just seeing him go over stuff.
Well, it's what I love about it so much is that, you know, he watched fucking everything, you know, because he he makes such a to-do about the fact that like his lists come out 2 years late because he was not willing to put the list together until every single thing was out. Which with anime it's a lot easier because there's usually only like one thing that's like some movie that hasn't come out on Blu-ray yet that I don't get to watch by the end. But I don't tend to favor movies that much, so I'm not too worried about it. I mean, there is one movie I should have waited for, but I'm not willing to because I just want to get the fucking video out. Um, like it's probably not going to be on Blu-ray for a few more months. So,
Hey, on topic of relevancy, like, I've been trying to make this Fire Emblem Heroes video. Obviously, my sickness is sort of fucking killing me, but part of it is also that I'm just watching the entirety of Game Grumps John era on a playlist, and I don't really have the wherewithal to just do it. And I'm thinking like, oh, I've been like, Rayman Part 3, everyone's been talking about it, I've been thinking about it constantly, and then suddenly I'm like, oh, I should make a relevant video because views and such.
honestly, I would go right for the Fire Emblem video if you can do it fast because it's extremely relevant and it probably won't be for very long because it's kind of like Pokemon Go where it was extremely relevant for a few weeks and then no one cared anymore.
Yeah. I feel like Fire Emblem
but-
has a bit more staying power than Pokemon Go in terms of like hype relevancy.
Yeah.
Because they still
I mean,
haven't
do you
unleashed.
think it's a game that
Does
you'll
it-
still be playing in like a few months?
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm making the video, because it's a game on a mobile system that is actually fun, and it's actually a good like Fire Emblem experience.
I had heard very, like, varied opinions on it. Like my brother Victor, who's a big Fire Emblem, and he said that he just thought of it as like baby's first Fire Emblem.
I mean, yeah.
So, like,
It's not the same sort of feeling as like a big epic story that you have characters that you grow with, but that's the reason why it's about like characters that you have grown with, and not new characters. The new characters are boring. The new story is pointless, but if you like the combat of Fire Emblem, then it's a great game. And that's why I like it. Also, I like collecting my waifus. There's lots of them from all over the place, and they are very hot. They have great voice actors. You tap on them, they go "Ehehehe." It's great. They
is it
giggle.
Japanese voice actors?
No, there's American voice actors. Actually, yeah. Well, maybe there's English voice actors. I don't know. Can't remember.
Well, which ones are you finding sexy?
I'm finding Tharja sexy because she's deliberately supposed to be sexy, and then there's Florina.
Like, is it her English or Japanese voice that you're finding?
Oh, I don't know. They don't have Japanese voices, I don't think.
Okay.
Not in the version I have. Maybe they don't have them at all. They probably do. But it's really cool because, like, at the bottom of the character profile, you can see who the voice actor is, so you can Google them.
Oh, who's the sexy one?
Yeah, I forget, but I like the fact that they put it in there. They also like put the name of the person who drew the artwork.
Oh yeah, that's sweet. So it's very like a card game way of doing things. Are those like the purple lanterns? Are they lighting up to like mark that you've been there?
Purple lanterns?
Is that what those were? There was like a, or no, never mind. It was just that it was telling you could land on those perches.
Oh yeah, the blue sparkly means you can do a thing.
So like Sly 2, I get the impression that from this game onward, like the whole fucking style of game that Sly Cooper is just changed entirely.
Yeah, the Sly one, I played it once and it felt very much like, more like Crash Bandicoot in that there were levels and you played through them one at a time, and the missions
just a
were
straightforward platformer game.
Yeah, but this one it's basically like an open world, but like not annoying, because it's not too big, it's not too small, and the missions are spread around. So there's all like everything in the world, in the level is relevant to a mission at some point, or the heist, and you just go around, you explore. You pickpocket guards for cash that you can use to buy little gadgets that are helpful for escaping guards and all that sort of stuff. It's a cool game.
I've seen your analysis of it.
Oh yeah, I made a whole video on it. I keep forgetting that. It's not a good one. I should redo it.
It's just one of those things where I've always um I felt weird about it because I never got to play Sly 2 or the other games. And those are the ones that like really get talked about, and it's because it's just a totally different style of game. Like people who are fans of 2 and 3, it's not just a matter of like, yeah, I enjoyed this more than Sly 1. It's like they're not even really comparable.
Yeah.
So like of course you would enjoy that one differently, you know. Um but I to get back to the story I was telling at the very beginning of this stream, like, you know, I grew up a hardcore Nintendo fanboy. My first console was an N64 and a Game Boy, and I had Nintendo Power Magazine, and I'd argue time with people about how Nintendo was superior because I think a lot of it was just defensiveness because other people didn't like Nintendo. Like everyone made fun of the GameCube for being for kids and shit, and like, oh, this guy says at Give and Take, covering relevant topics in your videos is fine as long as you bring the hypocrite level of style and quality to it. I don't think
Oh
he would ever
no.
be able to not.
Oh dear. He's in for a surprise. Uh, yeah, I'm. In order to get this out quick, I'll have to do it in the barest, minuscule review style possible, where I just point a camera at myself and say things, which I've already recorded. I just need to edit it. It won't take long. It's just. It's not ever
You're
gonna be
basically
as good
done.
as like a good video.
I think it's always a good idea to get some quicker, more relevant. That's what's finally slowly starting to save Nate's ass. That he's figuring that out. That you can just make smaller videos, you know, and
Yeah, I've really got to
people will
stop
watch it.
thinking that people will remember anything that goes wrong. Like, if there's a video that isn't up to
Right.
quality, people will not view it as much, but the people who do, they'll be like, oh yeah, cool. Or they'll be like, oh, this isn't as good, but they won't, like, hold a grudge against me or anything. They won't unsub, and if they do, they're an idiot, because if you're...
I just like
If anybody's got
for me.
so little patience that if somebody has, like, one bad video, they quit, then
For
they...
me it's like there's two different factors. There's the I'm gonna do whatever I want factor, and then there's also the I will absolutely make at bare minimum 3 patronable videos a month. Like no matter what the circumstances are, that has to happen. And so it has this interesting conflation of elements where sometimes I make 3 or 4 videos because the videos I wanted to make were relatively small and it was easy enough to get those all done. And then sometimes it's like the videos I wanted to do are all really long and complicated. And so video number 3 is just like, well, something's got to come out. And that's when it's like, I can just turn on that, like, there needs to be a video and then just make something. Like, boom, it's done. No thinking about it because there just had to be a video. You know, it would not be acceptable for less than 3 to come out.
Yeah.
So
I've got to get in... I just got to be able to be okay with a couple or all of the videos in the month being like, minuscule sort of reviews, because they're not.
it's just
They're just.
it's like
ah. I have too much of a blockage. Like, no, there's no way I could make a Fire Emblem video. People are waiting for Rayman Part 3. They'll crucify me. And then I actually think about it. What the fuck are they gonna do?
yeah, and I mean, no one. You always got to remember, and I think this is hard for every creator to remember, which is that your audience does not think about you outside of when they're watching your videos.
That
You
is a
know,
truth.
like your fans probably like if you go on Twitter and you say like, "Hey, are you all really waiting for this Rayman video?" Then
People
they're all
will
gonna
say yeah,
people say yes.
because it's in
And
a
if
tweet,
you
and then the rest of
right,
the time they're just like, yeah, I'm eating milk or whatever they do.
yeah, and when people like message you like, "Hey, where's Rayman Part 3?" It's almost always because they just watched the other parts and they want the next one immediately. But no one like just sits around at home thinking about like what's Give and Take doing? Why isn't he put out Part 3 yet, you know? Like you think about it constantly because it's your work, but you know, everyone else is just kind of that's something I often like. I have to keep that in mind because I put out so many fucking videos that I feel like how can my audience possibly consume all this? Because to me it's taking up all my time. You know, it's like it takes up so much of my life to put together all these videos, but then I remember that for the audience it's just 30 minutes out of their day, you know? So like even if I have a video out every single day that's 30 minutes long or even a couple hours long, like I run through hours and hours of YouTube videos every day, so clearly other people could do it, you know,
Shit.
because
Shit.
it's not the creation process that they're dealing with.
Yeah. I just, I feel like I've been using the fact that I'm a bit like sick at the moment as like a crutch, like an excuse to just listen to the entirety of Game Grumps John era, which is great.
I don't blame you.
But yeah, I'm just like, oh, I'm a little bit tired already. Let's just have a relaxing after a long day's work of relaxing. Like it's just
I've had a
gotta
few
just kick
whole
myself in the
months
teeth.
of decompression over like, well, I feel slightly sad. Time to not do anything for a week.
Yeah, I deserve this. You know, I'm feeling you know, no one's gonna force me. Nobody's gonna come into my room and say, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" They're just gonna, you know, sigh from a distance, and I won't hear them, so it won't even be a problem to me. And then I see myself in the mirror, and then I realize I'm gay and I should stop. I see that gay ass reflection.
Oh man. Well, to finally finish my story, I keep letting myself interrupt myself from. Yeah, I was big GameCube boy. Hated the PS2 because all the PS2 fans, all they cared about was Grand Theft Auto, and I didn't understand the appeal of that kind of game at all because I didn't like the dark stuff. You know, like the idea of like beating people up and stealing their money. I was just like, why would you do that? Why would you want to play that? And I just played like, you know, cartoony Nintendo games until we got a PS2 specifically because me and Victor were really into .hack, the .hack sign anime, and they made a .hack video game for the PS2, and like we were just like at the mall one day, and Victor just expressed to my dad that he wanted this game, but it was on the PS2 and we didn't have one, and my dad just bought us a PS2 out of nowhere, completely shocking. I guess he had a lot of money at the time for some reason. And so yeah, he bought us a PS2 in the .hack game, and he said like I could get a game too, and I got Final Fantasy X or maybe there was some other reason. But we had Final Fantasy X in .hack, and we barely touched them because it was like, you know, we didn't quite understand the games, like they're RPGs. But then there was a contest on Toonami, on Cartoon Network, to win Sly 2. And Victor really wanted to enter that contest because he saw the commercials for Sly 2 and he thought it looked like the coolest looking game ever. So he was like, oh my god, I really want to try to win Sly 2, but I've never played Sly Cooper 1. So he bought Sly Cooper 1, and then like I think he played it a little bit but found it too hard or something. So then I took over and like I just, you know, started a new game and played through the whole game in one sitting, and I was like, this was a masterpiece. This is the coolest thing I've ever experienced, and I need more. And then I got like way into the PS2 and bought Ratchet and Clank and Jack and Daxter and I don't know, some other shit. I was really into Ratchet and Clank, the first two games in particular.
Oh, there's the last bottle. Sorry, I found the last bottle.
But ironically, Victor never completed Sly Cooper, never entered the contest to win Sly 2, and never bought Sly 2. So I never played it.
You know, thinking about all the PS2, I had a thing I was going to say. Repeat the whole story. I had a tangent that I forgot where I started off. Repeat that whole story. You said something about GameCube. I forget it.
Yes.
I completely forgot.
Grand Theft Auto.
Oh yeah, Grand Theft Auto. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh no, wait. It was when your dad bought a PS2 just randomly.
Yeah.
I've always found it like interesting to notice, like when as a kid you realize how much things cost, and then you know everything is like compared to how much that is. So if something's expensive and it's like, you know, if you know how valuable it is, or if you think it's really valuable, like a games console, and it's like, oh, it's £200 or £100, it's like, whoa, £100, that's a lot of money. And then
Yeah.
I heard my dad at some point, he bought a suit, and he's like, yeah, this is about £100 and something pounds. I'm like, what? You could buy a PS2 for that amount.
Yeah.
That's clothing. That's
Well,
why?
that's the
How?
funny thing about it is that like as soon as I started having like, you know, a real income, I realized that video games are not expensive.
Yeah.
Like, in a way, it's really weird to me that people have such a thing about like games have to like live up to the $60 price tag and like, oh, there's got to be all this content. And I'm like, that mentality made sense as a kid when I was buying a game because I needed it to entertain me for weeks. You know, like as a kid, like all I have is video games and I can only get one. You know, I can only get one game every fucking blue moon. You know, like I got them for my birthday or Christmas, and otherwise it was extremely rare that we would ever get a new game for any reason, you know. And so when you got a game, you wanted it to last you 100 hours because that's what you were gonna do. That's the only game you were gonna have for this long stretch of time. As an adult, like, first of all, I never have time to play video games. So if I play one, I want to be able to beat it in a day or two. And I could buy one every fucking week and it wouldn't matter because it's only $60. I spend that, you know, on food in 3 days. Like it's not, God, probably
Yeah,
less than 3 days. Probably
food
2 days.
really puts it into perspective how not important or like not substantial buying a whole game is. Like if you even if you just play it for a week, you know, that's not so much to spend per week. But I still am in that like sort of that mindset like, well, I mean it's currency and I want currency so that I can buy games. So I don't really want to buy games. So I just you know, I'll just keep it.
It's a weird system though because like even for me it's hard to get over like because you have these like certain prices instilled in your brain forever where like to me as a kid, CDs. A CD costs $15. Like that's just something that is standard in my mind. Paying less for a CD feels like I'm getting a good deal, and paying more for a CD feels like I'm wasting money, you know? And like there were a lot of CDs I wanted growing up that were like 18, 20, $25 because they were like imports or something, and I just would never buy them. Because the thought of paying more than $15 for a CD was like, this is highway robbery, you know. But now like it's really weird for me to get excited about like, oh, this thing's only $3 on Bandcamp, I'll buy that. But it's like I'm gonna listen to the CD hundreds of times and it's gonna enrich my life forever. Meanwhile, I will go out and spend $20 on a meal at a restaurant that is literally one fleeting experience that I'll never think about again. You know, like why is that somehow easier to spend money on than something that could enrich my life forever?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I guess the point is with food, it's always satisfying if you know what you like and you buy what you like. With a game, you might be disappointed. There's never like, you know, with food, if you're disappointed, then it really fucking ruins the, you know, even if it wasn't that expensive, you're like, damn, I wasted that money. So with a game, you want it to be something that you really love, and since you grew up with games that you really love because you're a kid and you love stuff, like kids love stuff, so when you're a kid you love stuff, and then when you grow up, you know, you become more cynical, stuff becomes less cool. I mean, generally
Honestly,
stuff becomes less cool, and then you feel like everything has to be like a lot more. You need the best. You need the absolute best stuff. Otherwise, why would you spend your money in the first place? So I get the mindset, and it's I kind of hold that to as myself, but not like a lot. It's just sort of I know I understand that's why I think that way. And it's not necessarily a good idea.
This guy says, do you realize you are the only two main PC guys left to infiltrate the PCP fan Discord? Will you join the meme, or you ain't got time for that? Didn't you actually do it and then you left?
What, me?
Yeah.
No, I asked about whether they can see me joining, and the fact that they could see me joining made me not want to join.
I thought Devu asked that. Did Devu join then?
I don't know, but I think Devu enjoys it in there. But I didn't want them to get the satisfaction of me being there at all. Yeah. So it's not that I hate fans, but it's like I don't want you to think I care about what you think more than other people.
Well, I find the PCP fan Discord, everything I hear about it, like simultaneously is endearing and terrifying. Like it's always
The fuck
like some of the
happened?
things I hear, I'm like, why are they talking about that? And then some of the things I hear, I'm like, well, I'm glad they're talking about that. You know, I was just shocked to find out how many fucking people are in it. Like all this time, I imagined it was like 15 people, maybe 20, and then Ben told me there was like 100 online when he was in there. What the fuck? How could there even possibly be that many PCP fans
I mean, we got
who
like
care enough to be in a chat about it?
7,000 subs on the PCB channel now.
Yeah, but I can't imagine like having that active of a, you know, like it's a, I don't know. I guess all of us put out content pretty frequently, so you know, I guess there's enough to discuss. But uh, yeah, I don't know. It's odd. But I was thinking about going in earlier before Hippo had told, like, I found out you were live streaming, so I just joined you. But I was gonna do a live stream where I bomb into the PCP fan Discord and then just get in a call and allow them to ask me anything for a while, just to waste time. But
Yeah, I generally
might still have.
I don't really like want to judge the people in there, but from what I hear, it's a bit cringy and they talk about stupid things and they make assumptions about us as people that they shouldn't really.
That's the part that I don't like.
Yeah,
Like I like the idea of a bunch of people sitting around discussing our content.
but
I
then
don't like the idea of
thinking
them
about,
theorizing about our personal
yeah,
lives, you know.
it's good. It's a bit much. It feels slimy. I don't know. And I don't want
Well,
to
it's
encourage. I don't want to encourage people to like think that yeah, just go there. That place is cool and we approve. I don't approve.
yeah, sure. Um no, yeah, I don't approve of that aspect of it, especially with like when they if they're talking about like Jesse's personal life when he's constantly saying how uncomfortable it makes him that people discuss that, you know. It's like can't you just avoid certain things because you know how people feel about it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I get it though because it's like with any group, any fan thing. There's like forum posts of people thinking about them, but with YouTubers, it's different. Like I'm talking about like celebrities. Like celebrities would have fans, and they'd like talk about like gossip about potential things and like, oh, you seen who's talking to it? And maybe they're gonna, girlfriend, boyfriend. Is it gonna be hooking up? Or, did you see him on that talk show? They did all that stuff, and then theorizing and all that. It's fun, but on YouTube, the people will more than likely see what you're saying about them. So it's
Yeah.
just a bit more like weird.
It's
It's
rare that
it's easier to
anyone
get creeped
talks
out.
about it's rare that anyone talks about one of us and we don't somehow find out about it, you know. So this guy says, I said this before, don't join. What makes the Dick Show Facebook group so good is Dick has nothing to do with it, and because of that crazy ass shit like Adam Nash happens. Yeah, but the Dick Show Facebook group is fucking stupid and horrible because it has nothing to do with Dick or the Dick Show. It's just its own community that's completely unrelated. And like,
Yeah, that's what I like
yeah.
to think the PCP fan chat is. It's just,
Well, that's kind of what I expected it to be. Like, I didn't expect to find out that they actually talk about us so much. Like, I thought for sure, because usually what happens with the fan community is that it starts off being about the thing, but then because enough people become a part of it, it just stops. You know, it becomes more about the interpersonal relationships because you're all hanging out, talking together, and at some point you become friends, and it's more about your friendship and the things that come out of it. We all were part of the My Little Pony fandom, and that's exactly what happened. Not just with our group, but with every group in the MLP fandom. Just
Yep.
became a group of friends, and the conventions just became a way for people who are friends to hang out. You know, nobody cared about the show anymore. So, but to me, it's like, well, then stop associating it with the show. Like, that's why we took RadCon away from BronyCon. It's like, well, none of us fucking care about MLP anymore, so why are we going to a convention about just to hang out? Let's just go to my house.
yeah.
What are these other things that people are saying? This guy says the line is really fine, don't you think? Since y'all you guys make a lot of make lots of info public. Well, sure, but I think it's I think it's weird
it's
to
more
like
it's more
to
like
try
the,
and read deeper into the
yeah,
the
it's
information.
the speculation and the theorizing. I mean, I vaguely heard people were talking about Boozy Floozy and Jesse, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
and he was really uncomfortable with that, which
and
should surprise nobody that
yeah,
he was not comfortable with that.
it shouldn't. You shouldn't even think. It's just that's a personal thing. You can think of her as like a, like a. You talk about how funny she was on the stream or whatever. I mean,
Right.
but just I don't know.
It's
When
weird to talk about
assumptions
their,
in general annoy me.
Yeah,
Assumptions
I
and
agree.
stuff like that. Theories.
One that I heard that had pissed me off was like, well, it's just I'm also annoyed whenever there's a discussion and people just clearly like someone just doesn't know what they're talking about. Like I guess they were having they were trying to grade us by like most autistic to least autistic, and they had put Jesse as like one of the higher level
Oh yeah.
autistics, and I was like, how like I guess
First of all, it's Devu.
yeah, it's definitely Devu, by his own admission.
He's all twitchy
And like just and Devu's the only one I even think is at all. You know, like none of us is very like when I try to think about it, I'm just like none of us is really any more or less autistic than one another except for Devu, who is like at this point starting to self-identify as autistic. I think.
hard way?
I'm gonna read some more of this stuff.
This fucking inhaler did nothing. My breath is so gone. I don't like it. I don't want to take too many puffs though, because I feel like I might overdose and die. I don't know whether you can overdose on inhalers.
I think most of your chat is from the PCP fan Discord.
Well,
most of them are referring to it like we and like discussing it, like oh well we are like this, and I'm like wait, this is like every commenter is saying.
Anything to help out.
Yeah, well, whatever.
He's looking really bad.
I don't mind. They can know the truth of how I feel about them. They're gay. Fuck them. If you are a fan,
Steel
you're
Viper,
silly Billy. You're a silly Billy, and you should go drown yourself with a jug of wine or something.
Steel Viper, who I believe is the mod of the chat, says, I don't know how much it bothers you guys, but I see that you guys give more or less the same answer each time people ask you to join. Do you want me to make a rule about not bugging any members to join? I don't think I've really been asked to join.
Yeah, nobody's asked me about it until now, so now you know.
I mostly know about the fan Discord because of the fact that Mumkey's in it.
Really, it's just that the precedent has been set.
Everybody joined.
The precedent has been set for like the actual people of the PCP to join the fan chat, and they're just wondering, is he gonna go?
Yeah, like which ones are gonna be next?
I will forever be the even if everyone else is on, I will deliberately be the one that never is. And I will be mysterious and out of the loop.
I'll probably come in just to look at it because I'm after Ben told me how many people are in, I'm extremely curious about it, and like I'd at least want to check in and talk to everybody and see like what the culture is there and what's going on because it sounds interesting. But like, I mean, not even because of what chat it is, like would I leave just because I don't hang out in any chats. The PCP chat is the only Discord chat I am in. Other than the pub crawl, which I don't actually read. It's like we just do the show on there, you know.
Chats in general have been, like the history of Skype chats that I've been in, always boring eventually because the people in there are they just talk about stuff that's, I don't know. I'm not like I'm not implying that the people in the PCP fan Discord chat talk about boring things and they're boring. They might not be. They might be great fun, but like
the case.
it always seems to be that if you're not on the same sort of level as me, it's hard to pay attention or to be polite.
I'm pretty sure
or to read it at all. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that the pub crawl, like, because originally there's like a lot of people who are in the pub crawl chat, and they used to all talk a lot in there. But I think they created a different chat to do that specifically because I ended up having a beef with like everyone in there, and none of them actually comes on the show. Like, the show is just me and Cider almost every episode, and yet there were all these other people in the chat, most of whom I had some kind of problem with. So I think they all just made a different chat to talk to each other, and eventually abandoned the show, which I'm completely fine with. Most of them were people who didn't even come on at all, like, in the first place. But it is pretty funny. I don't like being a part of any group that's like that I have to then share the same information with another group. That's what drives me crazy. Like, I have a really difficult time talking to my friends who aren't in the PCP chat because, like, I relay all the information I have in the PCP chat. What am I gonna say to the other people? You know, like, there's not much that I want to talk about that I couldn't talk about with the PCP chat, except for probably anime. You know, like, that's the only thing that no one cares enough about in there for me to have a conversation about.
You know, I'm thinking about it, and the amount of stuff I put out there, like, is like there's certain levels, and the levels that, you know, the everything that I would say, you know, there's no filter on the PCP chat itself. But then on Twitter, there's a bit of a filter, but I would say, you know, if it's funny or entertaining, or if I'm just feeling something, I would put it on Twitter. And if I have like an actual thing I want to talk about, I might make a, you know, a vlog. So it's not like I even need to be in the chat for people to talk to me and to learn things or ask me questions. Yeah. I have outlets, so...
Yeah, I mean, I'm easy to reach, and, well, I don't know. I guess it's... I say I'm easy to reach, but it's like a... It depends on what you mean by that, because I also won't answer the vast majority of questions and stuff.
But to me, it feels like if you want, you know, if you, like, me joining the chat, the fan chat, would be an exercise in me seeing what you're talking about instead of you having me there.
Yeah.
You know, it would
that's
be.
Why I want to.
I guess, yeah, that's just to curiosity, but I will never do it. I've decided. Even if it is great, even if it's the coolest place, and just
remain pure.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I love seeing people talk about me.
That's,
so that's
true.
Why
I also like that as well, but I just assume they do. I just assume people talk about me all the time, and if I was in the chat and they weren't talking about me, I'd be like, I'm not talking about me anymore. I feel bad now.
I had very little interest in the PCP fan Discord until Mumkey told me one time that they were discussing like what they think is my best album, and I was like, oh, I really want to see that discussion. But then it turned out that they were actually just discussing what was the best track on my latest album, which is still a fine but not nearly as interesting a discussion. But it did make me, I was like, that like, after he told me, I was like just brimming with curiosity. I was like, I need to know what this conversation is about my albums.
Oh, this bit is scary. Murray's gone insane due to hypnosis, and he's trying to kill me. And the camera's terrible. Oh god, where is he? Is he stuck? He is.
Yeah, Steel Viper asks, does this mean you've given up on the prospect of making a Discord for your own channel / subreddit digi? Yeah, I replaced that idea very quickly with streaming. Because the thing about a Discord or any kind of chat, this is why I don't join them, is because I will check it constantly, regardless of how stupid it is or how much I don't care. It doesn't matter. I compulsively click on all notifications and check everything that's in my purview, which is why I keep my shit very under wraps. Like, I only subscribe to YouTube channels that I'm gonna watch all the videos. I only follow Twitter accounts who, you know, don't annoy me and stuff, like, because I check compulsively everything. So if I'm in any extraneous chats that waste a lot of time, I'm gonna end up spending a lot of time there. And what I'd rather have is, like, I want to have more interaction with my fans, but I want it to be on my terms.
Sorry, pal.
So
You're no angel.
a Discord is kind of a fun idea, but I'd rather just get more into live streaming and be able to talk to people directly that way. And then it's just kind of like, when I have time, you know, when I'm not doing something like watching anime constantly for fucking 3 weeks, then I can just pop on and see what people want to know about me at that particular moment. and I really want to make it normal. Like the 2 live streams I've done so far on After Dark, like ended up being largely Q&A, and I got asked a lot of questions I've answered before or the same old ones. And I think it's because it's people see it as like a rare thing. Like it's so rare for me to live stream that every time I do it, everyone just wants to get their question answered. But if it was something I did more regularly, I think we'd get to a point where it's less of a constant Q&A and more of like a me and the audience have a rapport with each other. I just got to figure out what my live streams are going to be about. Which is easier if you're a Twitch streamer like this, because it's about the video game.
Yeah, well, I mean,
at least some.
in some way it's about the video game. I haven't been talking about it because, I don't know. I talked about it a lot in the last stream. That I don't save the streams though, so I guess if you wanna archive those for some reason, you have to do it, fan. I'm not gonna.
Is that possible?
I think you can. Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know. I assume you can just like save it from Twitch as a video, regardless of whether you made it or not. I'm not sure.
Because you have to like Twitch saves like the video for like a couple hours or something like that.
It saves it for like a couple days, and you can put it on YouTube.
You can choose to keep it. But I don't know if they can do that though. Maybe they can.
If they can't, then I might.
People who know these things, let us know.
Well, the reason I say they should do it if they want to is I don't care to keep live streams. The only things I would keep is the funny bits, which I would make into short videos to put on Given Gaming, like I have been doing.
This guy says, how do I binge things without getting up to do something else after 2 episodes? The key is put it all in a playlist and skip the openings and endings. And just don't give yourself the chance to get up. That's the best way.
The best way is to be watching something that you want to keep watching because it's good.
Yeah.
Why would you binge something that you're not interested in?
I totally get it, because I had to train myself to be able to like binge watch shows. Like for the longest time, I always felt like after a couple episodes, I feel like I have to do something else, even if I'm not really doing anything else. I just feel like I have to get up and go like get something to eat or walk around or do something, like anything other than. And then if anything distracts me in that time, then I'm
See,
fucking done.
That's strange, because like I guess I've always had the knack for being able to marathon something if I'm interested in it. I watched, I wanted to catch up on Breaking Bad because my whole family had seen it and I hadn't. So I just got the DVDs and I watched the whole thing constantly until I was done. And then I could talk to them about it and it was great. And I did the same with Game of Thrones. And
I mean, I guess I feel this way about literally everything. Like, there's very few things that I do that I don't feel the need to just, like, get up, and I get restless, I think I might actually have restless leg syndrome, that, like, weird meme disease. Because people have noticed my legs never stop moving. And, like,
I do that as well,
for...
but I don't think that's, like, indicative of a syndrome. I think that's just, like, you like having something going on while you're doing something else.
But yeah, like when I watch shows or do anything, I constantly get like that sense of I can't be sitting here anymore. I need to go get it up. But it drove me nuts when like the first times I started doing like hardcore marathons was with my friend Don-san, who would, because he's watched vastly more anime than I ever have. He's watched everything in the universe because he spent years just as a hikikomori in his room binge watching anime. And like I'd come over to his house and he'd be like, we're gonna watch all of Samurai Champloo. And then we just do that. Let's 8 hours, and we just be fucking going through episode after episode, and like I would keep having this thought like, oh god, I gotta do something, anything else, but then I don't know what else. I just have to do something else. But eventually I kind of got over that, and now again I can just force myself just by like get comfortable. Like if I'm sitting on my couch, I will have that instinct to get up, but I won't because I'm too comfy. And again, you have to make your shit autoplay, which what's great about Crunchyroll is it autoplays anyways. But if you if you have downloads, put them in a playlist, and just if you don't get up during the ED and it just starts playing the next episode, then by that point you're well, I'm strapped in.
But we have to act now.
I'm thinking about like
to
Oh.
worse.
I'm gonna say to the chat anyway that
Okay.
I'm thinking about like fucking marathoning, and I guess I've marathoned things like Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, but I don't marathon it like for like 12 straight hours. I just have it as a thing I'm doing for the day, and when I'm tired or need food, I'll go do that, and then it's just that it takes up my slot of entertainment time. Like if I would otherwise be doing something else, I am instead watching a new Game of Thrones. Also, while Digi's gone, what do you guys think of this game? Cool, huh? It's my favorite. My dad made it. My dad is Nintendo. My dad's Reggie. My regime is to play Sly 2. That is my regime, and you should follow it. Communism. That's good. And Hitler and such. He's alright. He was no communist though. If Hitler was a communist, it would have been pretty cool. It would have been much better actually. You just combined those things, everybody would have been happy. Why didn't he do that?
How many viewers do you usually streams?
Fucking 6. It's
Really?
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm obviously not like a. I mean, my audience is generally small in the first place.
How many people do you think
But
are
then-
watching now?
I don't know, 15.
78.
Whoa, dude. Well,
I think
that's
it's
all
'cause-
you.
Yeah, I retweeted the tweet. But if anybody has questions for Hippo, ask them because I'm reading the chat and I can ask them to him.
That's good. Yes, I'm not reading the chat at the moment because Digi is here to do that. Usually I would have my phone on my lap with the chat thing open, which doesn't always update, but it's useful enough. Yeah. I've always had that problem because I don't have 2 monitors like most people seem to. I'm just a normal human with 1 monitor and 1 computer. So if I have something streaming, like, I don't know, fucking me drawing a picture of a tit, which I sometimes do, I would have that drawn, and then I would have to like tab away to check the chat, and then that would show up in the stream, and it would be like all terrible. So I'd have my phone next to me.
Modern Savior asks, is this a PS3 port? Because it looks really good.
Does it look really good? This is on my PS2. It's just
It's a good-looking game.
yeah, it's a good-looking game. It holds up because of the stylized
Cell
graphics.
shading. Yeah, cell shading always holds up better than fucking anything else.
It's weird that you say that it looks good because I mean, I've noticed that the motion blurring on this is like extreme. Like anything that's even remotely dark, it just sort of blurs into oblivion.
Yeah, that is evident, but the textures are pretty good and everything.
Yeah.
When will Gibbon get a donate button? I think you have to hit a certain number of followers.
Whoa, that's just built in? I thought you had to like, register with a PayPal or be more legit. I guess that's what I always assumed. You have to be more legit before you can get stuff like that.
Yeah, well, YMS like had a whole campaign where he was trying to reach, I think it was like 10,000 followers or something like that he needed in order to sign up for it. Because he was like really heavily campaigning on his channels, like, hey, go subscribe to this. I don't care if you unsubscribe as soon as we hit this goal. I just need to have this many followers so that I can fucking.
Is it really 10,000? Holy shit! I've got like 102. Got nothing.
I don't know if it's that many, but it was a number of some significance, I'm sure.
Hey, that's a good reason for you, listener, to, follow that thing. I don't even know what following does. Does it send you an email when I'm streaming, or does it if you happen to be on the site?
It's an email.
Okay. That's somewhat
There's some
annoying.
people who like there were people who followed me back in the pony days who who I didn't live stream for years and I did, and they showed up because they got an email, Hippo, how long did it take you to get good at guitar? I'm considering learning bass, so question mark.
Well, it took me. It's weird because I didn't play consistently. If you play consistently, obviously you'll get quicker. You'll get better quicker. I started when I was 17, which is 6 years ago now. So, but the skill level I'm at currently, I think I got to in about 4 years. The first year was kind of slow because obviously it is with chords and, you know, learning things, and getting a guitar teacher is useful just so that you can understand how you might be doing something wrong inherently. But after that, you should just try and play songs you enjoy, and your passion for the song will help you practice.
I'm curious, did you start more with chords or tabs?
Tabs are stupid. They suck. I don't like them. Chords is...
They are, but that's when I wanted to try to learn guitar, all I did was just look up tabs of songs I liked, which means I learned no fundamentals.
Yeah, it's...
I just learned a couple tabs for a few songs.
You can like with anything, you know, the teaching method is differently better for different people.
Right.
Tabs can work for some people, but generally it's better to learn with chords first, so that you understand that, you know, you understand the concept of a song being in a key, and that some chords can follow on from other ones, which will make it easier for you to just fuck around and just play a bunch of chords in a row, and then accidentally play something that you've heard before, and you'll be like, oh shit, that's a song, that's actually a thing, and then it's cool.
A big part of why I've never learned guitar is because I find it physically painful to try and do chords.
Oh yeah, that is also a thing. The finger strengthening. You know, you feel like a badass when it actually happens.
Girl hands and
well, I have tiny girl hands as well, but they have like leathery tips at this point. I am they're wearing little leather jackets and trench coats. They're cool. They're really tough now. They're cool, badass fingers. I could burn them. You know, if you ever seen The Simpsons, that one thing where they making the quilt, Marge is making the quilt with Lisa, and she's saying this is a sewing finger, and she pokes it with a needle, and it's like, oh, it didn't even bleed, and she then lights it on fire, and that's a joke. You can't actually do that in real life. It will hurt.
Oh.
Actually, I don't know.
That's a shame.
But the principle is also for guitaring. The more you play guitar, the stronger your fingers get, the easier it gets to do that sort of stuff, and the cooler you are as a result. It's like lifting, but in a different sort of way. If you get jacked fingers, then you can, I mean,
jacked fingers.
My fingers are pretty jacked.
I mean,
if you do bass, your fingers will be super beefy. They have to be, kind of, because those strings are heavy.
Yeah, my advice would be it takes years, 4 years to get as good as Hippo, but if you can just learn 4 chords, you can at least play guitar.
Yes, that's
like I mean, Jesse has plenty of guitar music, and he literally knows 8 chords in total, of which like he had that song 8 chords because he only knows 8 chords, and one of them he couldn't play because the string was broken on his guitar.
Once you know a power chord, then you know, like, you know so many chords just with the same shape. You just move it around.
Right.
Because it's like you move it the whole thing up. I'm trying to explain that chords is not about knowing a different number of them necessarily. It's like you can know like an F and an A and a G and a B, and you can play them one after the other, or you know, in a different pattern or whatever, but it's more helpful to just know that certain shapes make certain nice harmonies. If you play 3 strings at the same time, that's a chord, and if you move those 3 strings, like that pattern that you're making with your hand, around the guitar, you can make different chords. You just don't know what they're called. I know so many chords that I have no idea what they are. I just, you know, just alter the basic like building blocks of what a chord is with an extra string or an extra thumb somewhere, and it's not as regimented. It's a bit, I don't know how I'm fucking, it's hard to explain.
Quick question for me. Digi, will you ever make a video talking about your entire discography? Now that you've asked, probably. I don't think it had ever occurred to me to do it that exact way, but now I totally will.
What, you
Hippo,
mean with
do you
the
celebrate?
Trial of the Golden Winch as well? All
Yeah,
that
yeah.
shit?
Yeah,
Oh,
all
my
the
God.
like 50 albums I've put out. there's a lot of them, man. There's a lot of like realize back on my old Pure Volume account. Anyway, Hippo, do you celebrate birthdays?
Celebrate, you mean my own? Like, am I a
Right.
sort of cynical person who says, fucking, I'm just gonna get a year older and I'm dying slowly, and like, I don't know. I'm not like
Or
that.
are you an it's my birthday,
Bitch!
bitch, like
Yeah.
I am?
I'm a bit more subdued in that I generally don't like loud things, but I do like to
Right.
have a good time, so I enjoy having presents and having like friends around if friends are around.
I doubt I will ever in my life have a birthday as fucking unhinged as that one was.
Yeah.
Like that was pretty next level shit. That was
You met
that was
your
like the
god.
one
No, wait. You met
Huh?
your god after becoming an atheist. That's what that was.
Yeah. Oh man. This guy's just asking, do you know the YouTuber Sly, SYY, who I
Yes,
assume
we
you do,
all
just-
we all know Sai. He's a good guy. There's the rhyme there.
Have you ever
He's nice. Yeah.
thought about doing more animations?
Just today, I was listening to Game Grumps as I have been marathoning it stupidly of the JonTron era. Fucking, I'm 138 videos in. It's great. And the one I posted on Twitter had a couple of moments that were just so funny, and I don't think I've ever seen an animation for them. So I might actually do a little Game Grumps animated, just because the idea of doing a Game Grumps animated of John era is like something that nobody would even think to do anymore. And it might actually
Yeah.
be pretty cool.
Yeah, could be.
Also, actually I don't want to talk about that. That's the super hypothetical of an actual animation thing that I don't know whether it's gonna happen yet.
Hippo, what was the first artistic project you did that took a lot of effort and you were very satisfied with the outcome?
Ooh, I mean, I did art at school, but that's sort of like you're told to do it and you have a deadline, so it's
Right.
easier to get motivated to finish it because you need to. But I did do a lot of art I enjoyed, but I'm trying to think of like something
Must
I
be
just
a
did on my own. I have done a lot of things that I haven't finished, but I'm proud of what I accomplished in that. Like I had an idea for.
I know what you mean. I've got a lot of those.
Yeah, it's like you have an idea of like, yeah, I'm gonna write a story, and you write up, world building things. You don't
Yeah.
actually start writing it, and you don't even get very far in it, but you're happy and proud that it, and it took a
Yeah.
long time to get to where you were, but it's cool that you did it. And I have that
Yeah,
in the manga that I wrote and drew a bit of, which I may have mentioned somewhere else.
What age are we talking about?
Fucking probably 14 to 16, maybe earlier. The drawings
so
were
something you
not
spent
good.
a lot of time on. It sounds like.
Well, the world building, I have a whole little notebook filled with things about the world, and I drew a few of the panels, and I think I have like scattered notes. I have scattered notes all over different notebooks and school books of what this thing would be.
Can you give me the elevator pitch of what it's about? Like, what is it like?
It's like Princess
compare it.
Mononoke, plus, I mean, I did do a tweet combining all these things that it was based off of. It's like Dragon Ball Z, in the Princess Mononoke world, but also with Star Wars, other timelines and dimensions and dimension hopping, and also fucking Venom from Spider-Man is a bad guy, but he turns into a good guy. He's like the Vegeta of the group, and also
Literal Venom for Spider-Man?
basically literal Venom. It's like a combination of Venom, but if Venom was from the demons of Princess Mononoke. And also there's Haven City from Jack 2 as like one of the future timeline things. It's basically everything I was into as a small boy, but at the same time.
This really, like, I thought so at first when you described the timeline of how long it took you to make, but now that you've described that as well, it seems like this is your version of Tales from the End of the World, my book that was like 2 years in development and basically just a combination of everything I was interested in at all.
Yeah. I still like the idea though, because, I mean, so many good things are just combinations of other cool things, so I could
Yeah.
actually eventually
I mean,
make it real.
I would just
I
goes
would
with
just
me
have
and
to
my
make it
book,
less
which is why I,
blatant and stuff.
bothered making an audiobook just because like it's just the kind of thing where you spend so much time on a story that like it's just kind of a part of you and you can't ever forget about it, but then there's nothing to show for it, so you don't know how to tell people about it.
Yeah.
Like I've got a ton of stories that like in my head is something really interesting and cool, but there's no way I can explain it to somebody that they're gonna get it because I haven't made the story, and it's just not the same.
I mean,
Just
that's
hearing
what
me try
art's
to
all
like
about. All
describe it.
artists are thinking about things and like, oh god damn, I can't
Yeah.
explain this with words. Maybe I should draw a picture
Exactly.
instead. So then
Exactly.
they do it. The real artists are the ones that do it.
Yeah. Not a real artist.
But to get back to the actual question, like that was something I didn't even do. But like the first big project that I finished that was an art thing that I was
You didn't
really proud
actually
of.
say that you finished it, just that you were satisfied with the outcome.
Well, I want to say as well, like the one that I finished is probably. Actually, I don't even consider that finished. The whole give and take review thing, that it was supposed to have a finale, and I didn't. But I only made the finale plan because Jesse had Horseshoe finale, and I was jealous.
Right.
But I
Yeah.
guess the pony reviews were like my first like big foray into making things that in my own time for no one other than myself. Otherwise, also I did have fans, but like I wanted to do that because it was really cool to have done that.
To answer that question for myself, probably. Oh well, yeah. First one ever would definitely be the magazine 11, which was the first big project I actually completed. 95 pages, handwritten and traced from Nintendo Power, but I spent like the whole summer on it. But like as an anime critic, the first one was my analysis of FLCL that I did in 2009. It was the first show I ever like did an episodic analysis of and did all the episodes and said everything I had to say about the show, and there was like nothing left, no stone unturned, and it was like the best thing I'd done for quite some time. All right, next question. Question for Hippos: Sly 2 or 3, and why?
It's difficult. I think Sly 2 has better. It has better levels, more fun levels. Actually, I don't know. I think that it's sort of like a Spyro 2, Spyro 3 thing. They have advantages and disadvantages, and they're both basically great. So I don't know how to choose.
Someone asked me, I don't know if you ever answered this before, but do you skip OPs and EDs? Depends entirely on the show. As I was marathoning all these 2016 shows, most of the time I would skip the OP and ED because I didn't care about them, but in cases like Lupin the Third, which had an amazing OP and ED, I watched it every single time.
I like the Game Grumps OP.
Well, you wouldn't skip that because it's only like 10 seconds long. That Actually, it's only like 5 seconds long, I think.
You know, if you do strategic pausing and unpausing, you can make him say like, "Hey, I'm Grump. I'm not, and we're gay." And that's what I've been doing this whole time. Just
That's incredible.
it's so fun just to get that perfect timing. And we're gay. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Hippo,
OP.
did you go to the open mic, and if so, how did it go?
Oh, I mean, last week, well, actually, yesterday. Yesterday I didn't go because I was sick. The week before I didn't go because I was too scared. So I haven't gone yet. I don't know whether I will go. I probably should, but I don't know what I'm gonna do there, because I don't confidently know how to sing and play guitar at the same time. And it would feel kind of weird to just go up there and play a guitar song without singing. I went there once and had a drink and saw what it was like, and it's mostly a bunch of like old guys obviously, you know, I'm not like scared of them. They're probably nice guys. It's just they feel very established and they all know each other and
Yeah.
they go there every week. And I don't know. It's hard to just sort of like suddenly do that. I'll go again eventually.
Here's a question I'm interested to know if there is an answer to. Gibbon, thoughts on Beyond Good and Evil?
I have never played it. I don't think was it on PS2.
Me neither. It was on PS2 and GameCube and Xbox, I think.
Yeah.
And
I've seen
a game that
clips of it. It looks like something that might be pretty cool, but I haven't seen
I
anybody
felt
like
guilty about
singing its praises enough. Like I haven't seen somebody that I respect singing its praises, or you know.
Well, back in the day, I was constantly seeing it referred to as like the underrated gem of that era. Like I would see, because I used to watch G4 all the time, and like there was a few like fucking what's his name, Adam Sessler from X-Play was always talking about like, oh man, you know, this game really flew under the radar, but it was incredible. And I'd hear that from like so many sources, and people were always saying it was like sort of a Zelda style game, and it's got like a cool chick protagonist, and like everything I've seen from it, I'm like, yeah, that totally sounds like my kind of game. But 15 years have gone by, and I still haven't fucking played it. So
yeah, it's one of those. I mean, there's lots of classics that I know of that I've never played, never really consider playing, mostly because I need that one video to explain to me how it's the greatest game ever made, instead of just hearsay. Hearsay is generally useful for like piquing my interest, but not enough to actually go and research it myself. I need a video thrown at me.
I mean, for me, it's I become doubly like this applies to all mediums. Like, not having seen a classic or not having like consumed a classic is guilty. But what really makes me feel guilty to my core is when it's a cult thing that's underrated and I think I'd like it. That's when I feel really bad about not having seen something, you know? But it's like only 10 people really care, and I would probably be one of them, but I just haven't found the time or like cared enough, you know? And I don't know that I would like Beyond Good and Evil. It doesn't completely look like my kind of game, but like just the fact that, you know, there's a lot there that sounds like something I'd appreciate, and that it's something that so many people who love it are just like really crying about it, like, oh, I really wish more people would play this game, and I'm like, I've got it in my Steam library and I still haven't touched it, you know.
Well, I mean, I'm okay with coming into something really late, like, you know, Game of Thrones was huge, and I'm like, well, I love medieval stuff and medieval fantasy, and this is HBO, and I love HBO. But shut up, everyone shut up. I'm bored of you talking about it, and only this past year have I actually watched any of it. And
I know I was very convinced you were gonna win.
Yeah, it's my favorite show. Probably better than The
Wire.
Well, Breaking Bad is like a 4-star, and then The Wire and Game of Thrones is like 5 stars. But I think I like it more than The Wire, actually. Yeah. The Wire is a different sort of beast, so it's hard to compare.
I think The Wire is ultimately deeper, and just like, I don't know, I have a lot of respect for The Wire, and Game of Thrones I have a great admiration for, but I some disrespect, just because I really think that Game of Thrones, as it went on, started pushing its shock value more and more in ways that made me uncomfortable.
See, I'm not sure about. I mean, I haven't heard anybody talk about that. Explain, because I don't feel that way at all.
Really,
I haven't read the
I've
books,
talked about
so
maybe not.
maybe that's part of it.
Well, like that, like in season 1, for instance, there's the scene when Ned Stark dies. You know, they chop his head off, and they talk about. I remember hearing that like some director or someone, whoever worked on the episode, like had agonized over exactly what frame to cut on, because they wanted to cut so that, you know, you don't see the head getting chopped off, but it had to be just late enough that you see the sword going into the neck, so you know it's real. You know he really died, but they wanted to cut for, you know, discretion and effect, which is nice and dramatic. You get to season 4, and like Joffrey dies. No, Red Wedding was end of season 3, which is pretty brutal, but I thought it was cool as shit.
Yeah.
You know, but Red Wedding is still very like draped in shadows and everything. When Joffrey dies in episode 2 of season 4, it's like fucking. Oh, by the way, spoilers for Game of Thrones.
Well, fucking whatever. I mean, usually
like,
I'm not the sort of person who says you should have watched it by now, but
yeah.
if you hear Game of Thrones, and you probably know that spoilers exist, because what else is there?
When he dies, it's like in broad daylight with like a close up of his face as his veins like bulge out and he's like bleeding from the eyes and everything. And it's just really disgusting, gruesome image.
Well,
And I was like, I know that Joffrey's like a bad guy and you're supposed to kind of be glad he's dead, but Jesus Christ. And then as the season went on, there were just so many like really violent scenes that are like right in the camera, like broad daylight, full gore. And then there's one moment where they actually used a dead body as a punchline. Like, there's a part where these guys are like storming this town, and this dude says like, "Oh, well, you'll never get in through here," and then it smash cuts to that guy's like dead body, you know, like hoisted up on a thing, and it's like clearly comedically timed, and we all laughed in the room, but at the same time I was like, Jesus, you know, like holy fuck. And just
it's interesting because like I get it, but I feel like I don't notice that because I wasn't like watching the show with anyone else who had like comments like that, and if there was like some sort of like, you know, community discussion about things like that happening in the show, if I was keeping up with it.
This was mostly just me feeling this way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Really, I'm just upset over the death of the Viper, and that just like because of the fact, and I honestly think that this is just because all throughout Game of Thrones I was spoiled for everything. Like, I started watching the show as of episode 3 of season 4, and up to that point, I knew all the spoilers. I knew who was gonna die and when. And so I was never shocked by it. If anything, I was always looking forward to it. But then the end of season 4, I did not know what was going to happen to the Viper, and his whole presence in the season is fucking pointless. Like, he exists to die.
Who's the Viper again?
The fucking cool Spanish guy who was friends with who defended Tyrion and got his fucking head crushed. Raped her, you murdered her, you...
Yeah, that guy.
You know...
That was quite a gruesome.
Well, it's just that, like, because as I understand, I'd heard that his death was criticized in the novels because it was just so needlessly cruel. Like, he shows up, he barely does anything, then his one moment to shine is that he's gonna defend Tyrion's honor, and then he gets gruesomely murdered. And, like, that's all he does, is die. And in the show... They gave him like all these extra scenes, like they built him up to be this even cooler, even more likable character, and they really tried to make him like the coolest guy, so you would like him as much as possible, so that when he died it would be as horrifying as possible. And they show it in the most gruesome, fucking scarring way, and like I just couldn't take it, you know, like all I could think was like, why go so far into making this guy seem cool if you were like, you know, other than to make us feel extra bad when he gets senselessly murdered, you know.
Well,
I just felt like the show was fucking with
me. I guess I understand that, but I don't agree that it makes the show worse.
Pleasant enough.
Maybe I just like the gore.
I don't even know that it does. Like when I think, like I was so upset at the time that I mean, I haven't watched anything since. I watched the end of season 4. I haven't watched any of season 5 or 6.
Whoa.
So, just because I was so mad. But when I think back on the show, it's hard for me not to be like, well, I mean, it's kind of like the greatest show of all time. You know,
It
like,
is.
It's so fucking good.
Dude,
How
the
can
end. I guess I shouldn't talk about the ending of season 6. I was about to, but it's just so fucking cool. And it's also gruesome.
I've been spoiled for most of what happens from then on, but you know.
Well, I'll say it anyway. I fucking love Cersei and how her life was fucked up by her evil intent to control people using religion, and it backfired on her. And then, you know, everything got fucked up in her life, so she just blew up everyone in hellfire in the church. And I was just like, yes, I'm with her. This is the best character in the show. I love that she killed all the Christians. It was so satisfying. to finally see
Cersei.
those fucking raggedy bitches burn.
Another reason I dropped the show is because I like it spins its wheels way too much like these days. Like there's so much fucking Daenerys shit that does not need to be there.
Yeah, I
Really
would agree.
from
I would
season
agree with
2
you
onward.
if you watched it as it was going on, because marathoning it, like my little
It's
brother
way
had the
better
same.
marathon,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
he had the same. He had that problem where he felt like it was so slow. Like they
Yeah,
would get the
that's-
Blu-ray and
I
watch
mean,
one episode a day, and it was like
I
nothing's
watched
happening.
I
But
watched the
marathoning
whole
is great.
show. Yeah, I watched seasons 1 through 3 with Victor, like a whole season a day, and yeah, like I thought, because it was funny, because Victor had said that he thought season 3 was really kind of slow and boring, but then when we watched all 3 together, then 3 was like the best one, and then with season 4, because I was caught up, then I watched it weekly, and I was just like, nothing's fucking happening in this show. But I'm certain if I watched it all at once, it would be much better. I mean, yeah, the show, there's definitely too much padding in it, but when you marathon it, you kind of just forget about those things and gloss over them. So, it would be a better way to watch it, and I'm sure I'll catch up one day
Hey,
because I still remember everything pretty clearly.
there's one thing that always bugged me was that while people were generally talking about Game of Thrones and I was catching glimpses of like conversations, and you made that video about it being a game show, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever, I don't care. People were saying anyone could die, you just don't know. And then I watched the show for myself, expecting, people to die, and everyone who died was like, well, they're obviously not as cool as these other characters who kept going and kept living, like Tyrion
Well, like,
and Daenerys and Jon.
With any story that has lots of character death, they're only going to kill them when their arc is finished. Like, if
Yeah.
you see a character complete their arc, that's when you start suspecting that they're probably going to die.
Or if they did
If
nothing,
a character
like
hasn't
Rickon.
fucking... Yeah, like literally nothing, Like with the Red Wedding, like, what else could Robb Stark have possibly have done in the fucking show? Like it was clearly his time, He was not developing anymore as a character.
Yeah, I think people were surprised at the Red Wedding, and they talked about it. It's like anyone could die because they were introduced via the Red Wedding, because that was like shocking and people wanted to see their reactions. And then everyone was talking about the Red Wedding, and it was fucking.
The Red Wedding's what convinced me to watch the show.
Yeah, that's so
because,
weird,
like-
because like when I got to the Red Wedding, I didn't look at the title of the episode. I don't know whether it was actually called the Red Wedding or not. I didn't know that the Red Wedding had happened when it happened. I just thought that this was part of the show, and that the Red Wedding was coming up because everyone was going crazy about it. I just thought this was. It just was like, wait a minute, they're calling it the Red Wedding. That was it. That was what it was. It was not as bad as I thought, even though it was
It
terrible.
convinced me to watch the show because, like, all I'd seen of the show, which there was one really cool scene in season 1 that I'd seen, and it made me curious, which is the part where
Dude,
they
by the way,
fucking
just
pour
want to
the-
interrupt you. Look at how fucking hot Carmelita is here. She's tied up on that thing. It'll cut back to her in a second. She puts her snout.
big ass thighs.
Yeah, she's the best. Anyway, continue.
The scene where they pour the gold over the fucking brother's head is awesome in season 1. Danny's brother, they give the king his crown of gold, and they fucking melt his fucking skull. That was pretty awesome. But like, I just like, while the Red Wedding was happening, like I think for the first time, like it was live happening in front of my mom and Victor, and I like sat on the couch and just watched it. I was like, that was fucking awesome. That bitch got a throat slit. Holy shit. Like, I'd never seen something that violent like on television, and I was just like, this is the coolest shit ever.
Yeah, it's like Lord of the Rings if it wasn't for kids. Kind of.
But at the same time, I think a lot of it's because I knew it was coming and I'd heard about it, and like again, when I actually saw Oberyn get fucking killed that way, it really affected me. Whereas like, I think if I'd been spoiled for it, it wouldn't have done that, It's like with The Wire, the reason I still haven't finished The Wire is because I just can't stop thinking about like fucking Wallace getting shot in the face, and it's the saddest thing that's ever happened. And
If you
like,
finish it, you will be even sadder. That is guaranteed.
Oh, I know that. Like, I know that it's all depressing.
Oh, have you been?
Goes...
Do you know what happens? Generally,
I've seen up through like halfway through season 3, and I know vaguely what happens in seasons 3, 4, and 5, but not. I don't know the details.
All right. Well,
so-
I'll tell you that at the end, the
I
basic.
only know that at the end, all the cycle perpetuates itself.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
like,
Every character that died is replaced with a new character, and it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
this is an endless cycle. The world is terrible, and it will never be good. And that's the message.
For a show that I haven't finished and that I only watched half of 6 years ago, I spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about The Wire. Like, because to me, The Wire because it's everything wrong with the world and presented so believably that it's like, how could I doubt any? Like, this is all really happening.
Yeah.
You know?
I think
None
what was
of
it
it's
the
fake or
guy, the writer
sugar-coated.
or the director? He spent like a year or a bunch of months with like actual
Well,
LAPD.
the book that it's based on was by an like he had
Oh yeah,
actually been a police officer for a
that's the
long
guy
time.
I'm thinking of. Like
Yeah.
he really got the whole system. He saw the
Yeah.
nitty gritty, and he made it a real thing. He made it a fiction.
All right, here's a question. How long have you watched anime for, Gibbon? You don't seem like an anime guy.
I don't really. It's not really a pastime that I like. I really want to see anime. The only reason I've watched the anime that I have is because I was young at the time, and it was something I liked, like Death Note. It's like, yeah, that's cool, and Naruto and Bleach and One Piece. But I like manga now because it's up to date more with shonen stuff. But other anime that is just like original, the only reason I've watched it is because of Digi and his videos and other people saying how great they are and how much they've shaped their life, and I'm like, well, I'll give it a go. And then I gave Ava watched all that, and Space Dandy and Kill la Kill and Gurren Lagoon, Bebop, yep. All the good ones that are like classics that everyone can agree on, and I haven't really delved into anything else.
Yeah, those like any of the shows that Hippo has watched, that small like cadre of shows, I don't know if that's a word you can use that way, is all stuff that like everyone in the PCP has seen. Like, we've all made a point to at least have seen these certain shows.
Yeah.
And we can all talk about them.
I think it's just something about the way anime generally looks. Like, if there's a new show that's like as dynamic as Kill la Kill, then I'm gonna give it a go because I love that sort of that animation and
Watch
stuff.
Space Patrol Lulu Code, dude.
Okay.
Same director, and it'll take you like 2 hours.
I say I'm gonna watch it, but I won't. I'll never remember to do that.
I think you'll love it because it's fucking short. It's 12 episodes and they're only 7 minutes apiece.
7 minutes?
And,
Alright, that's good then.
Yeah, and you can watch the whole thing in a couple hours, and it's the same director as Kill la Kill. It's got the same kind of attitude, and it's got a whole episode that's just references to Kill la Kill. In fact,
That's
like,
pretty
it takes
cool.
place on a Kill la Kill planet.
But generally, I mean, I don't know how I feel about anime in terms of like the voices, and it's not like I'm a dubs versus subs sort of guy. It's that I don't like either of them generally. Dubs, they're not as good as like an actual actor on a TV show. Ever. Like, I don't ever feel like the voice fits the character perfectly, and the Japanese voices, they're cool, and they can be very like memorable in terms of like the way that some characters can be like very gravelly, and that's really cool and stuff, like Zoro. But I don't know, it just something about putting a voice to an animated cartoon character that isn't like a really good actor or a comedy actor or something. It just, I don't know, it doesn't work as much as anything else. It's weird to say that because there's obviously a lot of good there's a lot of good stuff out there. It's just aside from the things that I have seen, not much has impressed me in that aspect.
I think I have a pretty fucking good grasp on your taste, and I could easily recommend you stuff that I know you would like. It's just a matter of, do you even want to? You know, like, how much time do you even have for anime right now?
It's not something I need to fill time.
Like, I'm sure if you decided you just really wanted to watch an anime, you'd let me know, and I'd find you something.
Yeah.
I mean, Luluco is a great choice. I definitely think that should be the next show you watch, and it's short as fuck.
And really, it's the same as music. Like, I would like to get into, like, I would like you to tell me what the hell is with fucking, I don't know, Lamar. Like, is he good? Is he not?
Kendrick Lamar?
Kendrick Lamar, right?
Yeah, he's great.
Like, where do I start with him? And then I think, oh, well, I don't have time to fucking listen to music because I'm doing other things.
Getting people into music is really fucking
audio.
hard because everyone has totally different approaches to how they listen to it. Like, are you more of an albums guy, a songs guy, a whole careers guy? You know?
I think I like it when it's I can just simply fucking what am I supposed to do here? When I can just like go to YouTube, type in full album and the name of the album that you recommend, and I'm like, okay, I'll just go listen to that, put it on, just listen to it for I don't know an hour, however long it is, and then if I think that any song really stands out to be as good, I'll let you know that I like this song or I like that song, and if I enjoy it enough, I might continue to look through the albums, but usually I don't. I think that the only time I've actually really done that is with Rush. But I still can't remember what are the songs I listened to, or the albums I listened to. I just remember kind of liking it, and
I'm always hesitant to recommend music to people because everyone has such a different approach, and like the way I think about music, the kind of connections I make don't necessarily. Like I sent you the band Witchcraft because they kind of sound like a 70s band, and I know you like 70s rock. But I don't listen to a lot of 70s rock, so I don't necessarily get like the soul of it. Like, you know, what does a band that sounds like Led Zeppelin sound like? And I remember you saying you didn't like the drums specifically, and then I was just like, well, I have no idea what kind of drums you're looking for, so I cannot help.
I can't remember what that sounded like, but yeah, it's difficult because I think generally when it comes to music, I'm impressed easily by technical proficiency combined with sort of like an artistic level of like restraint. Like I don't like stuff that's just like, yeah, we're playing like all these notes as quick as fucking possible. Like that doesn't do much for me. But
I think I could probably get you into like the Mars Volta. But it would be, that's the thing, it's always like, what's the right song to start you on, you know, like, because most of the bands I like are very varied, like none of them are a band that you could just hear one song and you totally get what they're about, you know. It's like you're gonna have to, but and even like, what if you like one album but not another, which one? It's always a rough time, and then sometimes I have such complicated feelings about the music that I don't know what to recommend, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you convince me that I might like a band, I will just go and watch and listen to the whole one album that you recommend.
Yeah.
And from there, I will, you know, I guess it depends on whether you give the right album. But
I can't remember if I've given you any albums that you actually liked, but I know you gave me, what was it?
Radio Moscow?
Radio Moscow, which I haven't really listened to since that day, but I was definitely digging it.
Yeah, that was really, it was just sort of like Jimi Hendrix guitar, psychedelic stuff.
Well, it was funny because you sent it to me, and because you're such a dad rock guy, I just assumed it was legitimately a 70s band that I somehow had never heard of. Because, like, they sound like, when I know they're not from the 70s, it's obvious. Like, their sound is way too, like, it's too technical and refined to have been from that era. Like, it's too specific. Like, I feel like back in the 70s, most bands, like a band like Led Zeppelin, they didn't have, like, one specific thing they did. You know, they did all kinds of shit because nothing had been done. There was like all this ground to explore. Modern bands are usually much more about like one sound that they're going for, that no one, like, we are about this thing, this is our thing. And Radio Moscow is very much that. Like, all their songs are the exact same kind of atmosphere and feel. And so, like, when I was listening to it, I was just shocked. I was like, how could this possibly be a band from the 70s? And of course it just isn't, and I was just a fucking idiot. I just didn't expect you to listen to a modern band.
Yeah, it's weird though, cause like I was recommended that band by one of my dad's friends. So essentially, it was a dad. A dad told me about a modern band that I didn't know. And that happens more often than not because my dad listens to BBC Radio 6 music, which is they've got like a recently or you know before they've got these new DJs who are like very into new music, and they search around all over the place to find like really good, really new music, and my dad loves it, and lots of people really like it because they're just such good. They have such good taste for like and it's all varied stuff, and it's my dad knows more new music than I do, and he's gotten into rap because of this. You know, it's like a slight rap, but it's more rap than I'm into. It's just weird. My dad is more current than I am.
I'm curious what rap your dad likes.
You wouldn't know much, but there's a few songs that Radio 6 has played that he's like, yeah, listen to this.
Like K-rap, like grime and shit?
Yeah, there's this one, I don't know who it is. I can't remember who it is, but it's like this like chav sort of sounding girl, which is like, it's hard to do the accent, but it's like the sort of uncouth sort of British rapper, but a female doing it. I don't know.
I might actually know. I remember hearing a British rapper woman that I really liked recently. She was a lesbian. I think I was literally looking up lesbian rappers and stumbled upon one British girl who I thought was pretty cool. Anyway, this guy's asking me would I consider making a video CL analysis. Not of that one. It is way outdated and completely I could eventually. Beyond Good and Evil seems up your alley. I played it because of your Jack playthrough, got me craving some PS2 era aesthetic, and I owned it on Steam, so I played it and 100%ed it. It was alright, it has a bit of everything and does it decently. Atmosphere was the thing I thought it did the best though.
I remember that is there like a camera in that game? Like that's part of the game?
Yeah, you have you take pictures or something.
Yeah. But yeah, I might give that a shot.
This game has a very satisfying coin collection noise. Do you agree?
I do agree. I'm not able to listen to it at the moment. But the game's sort of muted so that I can listen to digi and not hear myself echo. Oh, I fucked up. But yes, the sound design in this game, the music was all very, very cool, very smooth. I feel like this sort of era of like PS2 games where these were like the mainstream AAA sort of thing, so they had big budgets, they could do stuff like with really good sound people, really good musicians.
Someone's asking me if I think you should watch the anime film Dead Leaves. It's less than an hour and from the same director. Fun fact, I still haven't watched Dead Leaves yet, even though Imaishi is my favorite director of all time. But because I feared it growing up because it's such a crude, rude movie. But I don't know, maybe, but I definitely know Hippo would like Luluko because it's adorable. Gibbon should do a Death Grips cover. Have you ever listened to Death Grips?
Yeah, I remember going to YouTube and clicking on a death, out of curiosity, type Death Grips in because I know people, you especially enjoy it. I'm like, well, maybe I'll like it, and it did seem pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know.
This guy says, "Oh fuck, Gib, what are your top 10 bands?"
Top 10 bands. I don't have like a rigid top 10, but usually at the top is Led Zeppelin. Pink Floyd is up there, the Beatles is up there. David Bowie has got some good and some sort of, I'm not so sure, sort of songs, but a lot of David Bowie's is great. Oh god, that wasn't a thing. What else? I like Muse. Muse is a good modernish band. Some of their songs are a bit samey, but I like them. Elbow is fucking great. Elbow is what I would call the Beatles of the modern age. just in terms of lyrics at least, because they're just really sort of wholesome, cool guys. They're all dads, and I like them. Elbow's cool. They're sort of mellow, upbeat stuff. I don't know. I'm not a music guy. I can't speak.
That was like 6, I think.
6.
Led Zeppelin, Beatles, Pink Floyd, David Bowie, Elbow, and Muse.
Well, I could probably think of some others. I usually have problems coming up with things on the spot, which is why I hate having to say a list of something, an arbitrary number of something that I like. Yeah, I wish I had my... Oh! Fucking Cascade from Homestuck. That's my favorite song. I will listen to that every time I need motivation. S Cascade. That's my favorite band. Fucking...
What's your favorite video game soundtrack? That's just me asking.
Video game soundtrack. Probably Ape Escape 1. It's got a lot of really cool upbeat. I mean, you've listened to a bit of it while we played it. Did you listen to it afterwards? Like go and look at the things?
No, I haven't, but I remember it being really good from the Let's Play. It's very like, it's similar to Bomberman. Lots of like 90s electronic and breakbeat and shit, but very atmospheric.
Yeah.
This guy asked, do any of you listen to radio?
My brother does. I'm not really that into it.
And he says specifically the Benz album, which is an odd choice because it's not one of their more beloved releases. Though I think that's the one that has Creep on it, which is the big single, which I know it's like a pleb tier thing to say this, but I really like that song like a lot more than any other Radiohead song. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Radiohead. I've heard all their albums, and the only ones I really like, I mean, there's none that I really like, but I like Kid A.
Oh, you know what?
And I like their latest one.
I like Coldplay. I like Coldplay. Coldplay's good. They make the same song over and over again with, different things, but it's still a nice song. I like it. I like their song that they do.
I used to rule. I rolled up at Coldplay in 2008. Songs weren't great, but the stage play made an impression.
Is that the title of an album or a song?
No,
the way you said it sounded like it was the title of a song.
It's a rap I did on the Yellow episode of the Procrastinators.
Oh.
Because I rapped over a hip-hop rendition of Coldplay's Yellow, and I talked, because the podcast was things I can't get into, so I rapped about this Coldplay show I went to and how I couldn't get into Coldplay in spite of the show being... It put on like a crazy-ass show.
It's just those little hooks, just the little hooks is what I enjoy. The thing they do, not even near the middle of the song, it's usually near the end. They actually finally get to the cool bit. And that's the bit everyone remembers.
Dick in the snow, I used to eat my
Cheerios. And it's very delicious too. I put my milk on the cereal bowl. Something about getting out of bed. Friday, getting down on Friday. There we go.
favorite Floyd album?
Probably... Oh no, I'm dead. I'm fucked. These guys are here. I don't know what to do. Favorite Floyd album is probably... Fucking... I'm trying to concentrate on the game here.
My answer is Dark Side.
Yes, Dark
Probably.
Side of the Moon is a good, like, you listen to the whole thing at once. I think
Yeah.
I enjoy more songs on Wish You Were Here, especially the extended last part of the thing with the doodle doo doodle doo doodle doo doodle doo doodle doo doodle. I mean, I can't do it with my mouth.
I like.
Oh, and I like
Animals.
the Division Bell as well. That's sort of a really good. I don't know whether people like that one as much because nobody really talks about it.
I don't like The Wall as an album, but it has like 3 or 4 of my favorite songs on
Yes,
it.
that's. I think a lot of people feel that way about The Wall.
Yeah. Good movie.
I haven't even seen
I
that
gotta
movie.
go pee again, but I've gotten to basically the end of the chat because I've been way behind because I was reading all the questions, and I think people realized that and stopped asking. So ask questions again now that
Yeah,
I'm at the end
ask
of the chat.
questions, and then when Digi comes back, he will ask them for me. In the meantime, let's talk about Sly 2. You may have noticed, I'm a little turtle right now. That's cool. Bentley's cool. What does this one do? Oh, that's the big one. That's the big one, I shouldn't have done that.
That's just not safe.
It's so difficult, this one, because you gotta not get hit once. You gotta set these traps off. You gotta make sure you can get to them, and then you get the maximum amount of people in one go, like that. There's a couple of... I see those guys didn't get hit by it. Oh wait, you know what? What have I got? I've got the adrenaline burst. What's that down there? That doesn't matter. Snooze bomb is L1. Alright. So L1. Fucking... Please all fall asleep. Ah, fuck. I haven't really been talking about this game. I hope you can understand it basically from context clues and listening to the text because it's got subtitles. There we go, maximum damage.
Which TPC episode is your favorite?
You know, I don't rewatch them, even especially because I'm on them. It's just sort of one of those things. But
I think I'm the only one who like has listened to every episode, like aside from being on them.
yeah, it's...
Most of us don't.
I don't know why. I feel like it's just... It doesn't feel like a show to me while it's going on. It's just like a conversation between friends. Like I would need a specific reason to go and revisit it.
Well, that's the funny thing because, like, for instance, Nate has like never once listened to any of them back, and he was saying how because we we have lots of fans now, and our subscriber count's growing, and he was like, I can't understand why people care about this retarded ass show, and I'm like, well, the thing is, if you listen to it back, it's fucking great. The PCP is a really good podcast. And I usually feel much more strongly about it when I hear it back than I do when I participate. Because when you're in a podcast, every second of silence feels like an eternity, and it feels like you're constantly trying to be funny and entertaining. You're always like kind of stressed out. When you hear it back, it's always like way faster than you think. It's like just a lot more talkative, a lot more funny. The jokes come faster. There's like none of it feels like dead air in the way that it does when you're participating. And so I think that it's just a better podcast than anyone on it gives it credit for, except for myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because I don't like listening to my own voice that much.
Yeah.
So anything that with me in it, it's sort of like, oh, why am I speaking? Why did I think that was a good time to speak? I wanted to hear about the other guy, you know?
Yeah, that's understandable.
So, I mean, it's not like I hate myself like an idiot, but it's just one of those things. It's just sort of unnerving. Because I feel like I'm listening to you guys talk, and then I can hear myself, and that never happens. It's just sort of weird.
Yeah.
I can never be interrupted by myself in real life, unless there was a clone.
You can just be interrupted by literally everyone else. We are the worst about that.
You've been getting better. I mean, it's not like I don't interrupt either, but...
I've been putting effort into getting better, and I don't know if Nate has...
No, Nate's been like the forefront, the let Gibbons speak, like, spokesperson.
Well, we all try to let you speak, because we know you won't ever cut us off.
You're right.
But, like, you know, when it comes to each other, we
Oh,
cut
right,
each other
yeah.
off. Funny.
I guess. I feel like generally people handle it better anyway, so I don't know
Yeah.
whether that's as much of a problem.
What is your favorite Bowie album and why is it low? Was someone asks.
I don't actually know the albums very well. I think my dad's favorite one is Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, or no, Hunky Dory is probably
Very
his favorite.
popular.
Hunky Dory is a good
I've
one.
never been able to get into a whole Bowie album. Like,
Yeah, well, neither have I. I've got the best of.
except for Black Star.
Oh, Black Star is my favorite album that I have listened to in full as an album.
Yeah.
But
I'm not a Black Star. That's like there's no Bowie album that I've ever like sat down and given considerable time to other than Black Star. I mean, Black Star I've listened to the way I listen to music I like, which is to say hundreds of times. So like,
yeah,
I'm intimately familiar with that album, and I am not with any other Bowie album. But there are some songs, like you know, Life on Mars and stuff like that, that I've heard of, you know,
yeah.
a lot.
But I have like the best of album, which is where I learned most of the songs that I like of Bowie's. China Girl is probably one of my favorite ones. And I really like playing the bass line. I think as a musician, I don't know whether this was like true before I was a musician, but I feel like if it's fun to play, it has a lot, you know, added, you know, bonus to my opinion of it. Because then I can be like, oh yeah, the bass line of that thing is just fucking great, so I like it.
Have you ever listened to Steely Dan?
I've listened to Abadan.
No. Steely Dan's an old dad rock band that I really love. But they're yacht rock, more smooth, like rock, but smooth jazz rock kind of. Devu is way into Steely Dan. I got him hardcore into it. My question is, what question did you least expect to be asked?
It's this one. No. What sort of a question is that? Like,
It's an odd one.
A question.
I don't know
that,
if he means on this stream or
well,
like ever.
On this stream, I mean, I don't think of the question in terms of, wow, what are the chances that somebody would care about that? Unless somebody asked about, I don't know.
Something.
Well, I don't know.
Even or something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If I've said it on the internet, people know about it. So it's never that surprising when somebody brings it up if they're a fan of mine, because there is enough people that are fans of mine for like anything I say to eventually come back into a question, if they're interested enough. So I don't know.
I have some that can surprise me only because I put out so much shit, and so much of it is stuff that like no one could possibly care about, that I feel like there's certain things that when people bring it up, I have to wonder, are you asking because you care about that, or are you asking because you want to prove how much you know about me, you know? Like, are you just trying to show, yeah, I've seen your ancient blog posts and I know things, or do you really actually have an interest in that old stuff? Are traps gay?
Are they gay, or is it gay to like them?
I don't know. He didn't clarify.
Well,
Digi's thoughts on Rush, since Hippo talked about his impressions. I was pretty into Rush as a teenager. Really loved 2112 and Hemispheres and Moving Pictures, and that was pretty much it. But I listened to those a lot as a teen. They're all okay. Rush is extremely hit and miss, like on the same album.
yeah, I would
They'll
say
have an
that
album
as well.
with
like the ones
they'll have an album with one or two amazing songs, and then the rest are just totally retarded.
Yeah, when you said I should listen to Rush, I gave the albums you mentioned a try, and I remember enjoying a couple of them. Like, so there's like, wow, this is actually really hype, and I like it. But I don't remember the experience that fondly. Like, it wasn't like a new, like, oh my god, a new favorite band. It was just sort of like, yeah.
Sounds pretty hard.
Well, the thing about Rush is that, like, with their earlier, better albums in particular, like their concept albums and stuff, they would really, it's like the album is an excuse for one song. Like 2112, the first track, 2112, is a 22-minute song that's epic and fucking incredible. And then there's like 6 other songs that just seem like they were there to pad out an album. You know, they were just like ideas that were just kind of thrown on. And not all of them are bad songs. They're just, you know, the scope of 2112 utterly dwarfs the rest of the album. It makes it all just feel completely pointless. And similar is true for Hemispheres, where it's an 18-minute song that's really great, and there's only 3 other tracks on the album, and one of them is The Trees, which is a really fun song, but the other 2 are just like utterly forgettable and worthless. So, you know, it seems like they really just wanted to have those big songs, and the rest was just there to like, yeah, well, you know, it's got to be 35 to 40 minutes or else we can't sell it, you know. And then Moving Pictures is the first one that feels like a legit album where like most of the songs are good. Not all of them are great, but it's got like Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta, fucking Limelight, all great songs, and a few other good ones. Okay. What are your kinks? Do you care to answer this
I was gonna
question?
say something regarding bands. I'm thinking about the Rush thing, and the fact that you say like some albums are like one song is like the main thing, and then there's the bunch of other filler things. I feel like Led Zeppelin on some albums is kind of the same, which is why
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether I should like. Because, like, I got into Led Zeppelin by listening to Kashmir, because Dad put it on my MP3 player when I had an MP3 player. It's like, do you know what music you like? And I'm like, I don't know. So he put a few things on there. And Kashmir was like, it was hard to get into, but because I had it, I listened to it because why not? And I just realized over time that it was fucking incredible. And that just made me ask the question, what is this band? And then he said, it's Led Zeppelin. You want some more? And then I just sort of... I got into Led Zeppelin by enjoying a couple of their songs, and then over time, after deciding that Led Zeppelin is my favorite band, I gave all the album songs that I wasn't sure about more of a try, and now I love them quite more than I otherwise would. So I feel like maybe Rush is similar. Like you just need to be you need to get into a single song or
Incidentally,
two.
Rush is one of my dad's favorite bands, which is part of how I got into them. He grew up on Rush and was super into it. It's like a kid and teenager. Have you fed your Neopets recently? You ever had any Neopets?
Oh yeah, I've confused this with Tamagotchi a couple times when people mentioned it. No, I've never done Neopets. I know a few people who have.
Neopets is not.
Was it a site thing, an online thing?
It is an online thing. What's
Yeah.
the other one? What's the online one where you build an avatar? It's like the biggest forum for 12-year-olds
Club
on
Penguin.
the internet. No, it was like anime style avatars. You give them like a different outfits and shit, and heavily customized.
Sort Out
them.
Online.
Maybe it was Neopets, but then I'm not sure.
You cut out for the beginning of that, so I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly.
I think I'm wondering if it is Neopets or not. That is the thing I'm thinking of. I don't remember. Have you played any of the Persona games?
No, I do have one. I think Persona 3 or 4 is on my GRPJ list eventually.
Oh yeah, that's a great one to have on that list.
But yeah.
Good luck actually beating it though, because any game by Atlas, the final boss is a jump in difficulty like nothing ever. Like that you can get through the whole game playing pretty regularly, but if you want to beat the final boss, you have to do fucking everything.
Gay.
They're that kind of game. Will you ever have cotton candy on PCP again? I don't know, maybe. Hey, did you have a Valentine's Day casual first date tonight? Dinner and anime at my house. Can you please give me a suggestion for a show that's visually interesting and comedic? Thanks. The first thing that springs to mind is Sakamoto. That show's fucking hilarious. I don't know how visually interesting it is, and also the first episode's not amazing. Visually interesting and comedic. Konosuba, but that's... I don't know. You have to define visually interesting. Like, do you just mean doesn't look like generic anime? Panty and Stocking, that'd be a fun date show. That'll get you in the mood, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, I need more details. Are you up to answer a sad question?
Well, I mean, depends on how sad it is, but yeah, sure.
This guy says, have you got another cat, or is it a void that can't be filled, Gib?
No, we haven't got another cat. We've considered getting a dog after the cat, but there's a lot of responsibility, so
Yeah.
I think there was a time when the cat was getting quite annoying because she would. No, this was before she was having like problems seeing and stuff. But my dad would like often trip over her while he was cooking because she liked to get right under his legs in the kitchen, and she, that was just a thing she would do, and it was annoying. So I think my parents don't really want a pet in the future, quite soon.
Yeah.
But maybe, I don't know. It's not like it's a void that can't be filled, but I would like something there. I would like a little person who doesn't speak English.
He goes on to say that a cat that he had for the majority of his life died last year, and it was super sad, but he's personally glad they've got another kitten. Digi, how sad will you be when your cat dies, and how old is she at the moment? She's like 15, and still somehow seems completely healthy. But personally, I've always been hoping that I will not be living in the same place as the cat when she dies. I just want to be as far away from the death as possible and to just hear about it. Like, my nightmare would be if I have to see it happen.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah, like...
The slow decline is the worst.
Yeah. Well, like, with her, I'd feel like her death would be violent, because her whole life has been violent. But... yeah, like, I'd prefer to be... which, I mean, there's a good chance that, I'm moving away at some point this year, and if that happens, I'm definitely not taking the cat. It's either going to go with my parents or with Victor and his girlfriend, so... or just stay here with Shade and his girlfriend, but God help her if that's the case, because they're fucking idiots. Good bands similar to Shinsei Kamate-chan. I have to think about that. What were you going to say?
Was there something else to that question? I forgot.
No, that was all.
No.
There is no band similar to Shinsei Kamate-chan. That's an impossible question. My answer, this is, in terms of genre, they are in no way similar, but Death Grips is a band that I like in much the same way that I like Shinsei Kamate-chan. It's the same kind of just utterly unhinged, like unclean, experimental, explosion of emotions kind of music that I like in much the same way, but nothing sounds like Shinsei Kamate-chan, which is what's great about them. I'm at the part where they're discussing why they all like PCP. Just like we were discussing like 10 minutes ago. Do you think podcast analysis is an untouched market? I don't think I've seen one, so yes. I mean, I guess I've somewhat analyzed Biggest Problem before, just like in talking about it. But yeah, it's definitely not a market.
I mean, I think it's just any old. Like, you can analyze anything, so yeah, podcasts technically, but I mean, think
if what you're asking is, will it be successful? The answer is no.
You could do a podcast on other podcasts.
That's true.
Or you could do a reaction channel to a podcast. You can do anything. I guess
you could do some kind of what's going on in the podcasts that I follow this week kind of show,
It's weird, like I think of trends and what's hip and what will get you lots of views, and I think about all that stuff, and I'm like, it's true that if I really thought about it, I'm not an idiot, I could probably come up with a thing that would get me a lot of money by doing the stuff like that. It's just I don't care. It's hard to care about, picking something picking something that you're not currently already interested in, and then doing it because it has a good chance to get you a lot of money or to be successful. I mean, if you've got nothing going on, if you're just like, I don't know what to do with my life, and you see like there's a chance that you could
I think with
hop on a
I think with a
bandwagon.
lot of people who do that kind of stuff, it's just that they legitimately have fun being able to make money. Like knowing that what they're doing will be like with Jeff. I think the reason Jeff is such a hardcore shill is because he just really gets gratification out of being able to game the system and make it work. You know, like for him, the appeal of YouTube is winning at YouTube, as opposed to like just make like what for me it's like what kind of video I want to make takes precedence over what I think will be successful. With Jeff, what will be successful is what informs what he wants to make. You know?
It's not like
And,
I don't really look down on people like that. It's just I can't do it myself. It's sort of
same.
it's just beyond my cognitive.
I'm
something
much
or
more
other.
willing to make something that's what I want to make and then disguise it as because like really people don't click on stuff because it's like a cheap, like nobody is in search of cheap clickbait. You click on it because the title is interesting and the thumbnail is interesting and it gets your attention. So for me, I'm more than willing to like just kind of trick people into being interested in what I have to offer, because in the end they're going to be happy they got it. You know, it's going to be more interesting than if it had actually been some shitty clickbait video. You know,
Yeah.
it's not like any of my titles and thumbnails are like outright irrelevant to what I'm talking about, but it's just it's a way for me to have my cake and eat it too. I get to talk about whatever I want in whatever way I want, and phrase the title and put the thumbnail in just the right way, then people will go, you know, we'll get curious about it. But you've kind of taken that lesson as well and gotten much better titles and thumbnails since I, you know, screamed about it at everybody for fucking for weeks on end.
I am thinking of changing them just a bit to give them like a logo that can be like so that my brand, as it were, can be more recognizable in the sidebar. Like, oh yeah, it's another hypocrite video. So
Yeah.
I'll be doing that. But aside from that, it's going to be the same sort of deal. Big faces, title about the content of the video, and the type of video it is secondary, like review or whatever.
This guy asks, Gibbon feature on Gay and Dead? Well, Gibbon's not a rapper, so probably not, but if Gibbon gave me like some kind of really good guitar loop that I could like make a beat out of, then maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, doing a guitar thing for Gay and Dead. I just don't know how to do the production of music sucks, and I don't like it. I don't like opening music making programs. I just like picking up the guitar and playing, and making it sound clean and getting the audio stuff set up.
Your guitar always sounds like shockingly good whenever you record it.
It's odd that you say that, because I feel like, well, it's usually just that my computer fan is in the background, and I can't be bothered to turn my computer off like I do for like audio recordings of videos, because that's what I have to do for getting
Like the
clean
audio. Like, I'm not saying the audio is super clean, just that your guitar sounds great. I think just because you tune it really well and know what you're doing, and you're good at playing it, but it always comes through very crisp and like satisfying to listen to.
Yeah, I could probably make a beat for the thing.
This guy asks, do your voices sounded different when you first met up in person? There's
Well,
not really.
no,
We
not
have
really.
pretty nice microphones that capture our voices pretty well. The only thing with Hippo is that he is extremely quiet. And I mean, I don't just mean that in terms of not speaking much, but his voice is literally quiet.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's funny because in recordings, you're always close to the microphone, so you come through really loud. Especially on PCP, it's the funniest shit because you actually usually are the loudest person.
That's
like,
because I
you're
compress
not-
it. I don't
Yeah,
think
like
anyone
not
else
in the
does.
conversation that we're hearing, but when I listen to it back, you always have the loudest audio, and it's really funny to hear like everyone talking over you, but you're way louder than them, and it just sounds like we're all being total assholes by ignoring you.
It is kind of funny,
It's fucking
because
hilarious.
I mean, all I do is I compress it, and Nate does that as well. What I assume is that, I mean, whoever's editing it would like just, you know, fiddle with the audio channels to make it so that mine is like a right sort of.
I do that,
sound.
but yours just somehow comes through so much like brighter than everyone else's that it always like even no matter what I do to it, no matter how much I turn it down, you're always gonna end up being louder. There's just like a more fullness to your voice, I guess.
That is strange. I don't.
Probably because you talk slower, so there's more time for your voice to kind of, you know, linger. Whereas Nate
Maybe.
talks really fast.
I think it's mostly that because he's a shouty guy, he has to be far from the mic, and you lose a bit of the bass
Also
when you're further from the mic.
Yeah.
Maybe. Game romps.
Favorite Led Zeppelin album and then song?
Favorite album would probably be Led Zeppelin 2, closely followed by Presence, which is not usually what people do. People usually is like the fourth one because that has Stairway to Heaven on it, which I like, but I feel is a bit oversaturated in my ears. I hear it a lot.
Well, that's, you know, it's been oversaturated since like the 70s.
Yeah, so favorite song would probably be In My Time of Dying, but it changes. The thing I love about Led Zeppelin is that my favorite song is like never the same. It just depends on which song I haven't heard in a while, and then I'll be like, oh my god, I remember how great this one is, and I just fall in love all over again. So at the moment, In My Time of Dying is the coolest song ever. It's like a 12-minute long blues rock with, you know, thundering drum sounds. I don't know how to explain
This
it.
guy says, fuck, turn down your game audio for fuck's sake. Hold on, let me listen to it and see what this is.
Is it too loud? I assumed it was okay because it's like almost nothing, but maybe it's loud. I don't know.
It's like slightly loud. It's mostly the sound effects, so... I can't believe no one complained about it for so... Except I can, because people fucking don't.
Yeah,
So
well,
the guy complaining is called Definitely Best Guy Ever. I don't know if that is indeed Nate, but...
I think Nate wouldn't actually have a username like that. Unless he
Yeah.
was being a silly boy.
The part of the reason that for a long time I refused to do live streams is because people wouldn't tell me about the audio enough.
Yeah, I
Like, there
usually
was
have to
one live
ask
stream-
people.
Yeah,
When-
like there was one stream I did of like Cave Story years ago, and I played for like an hour, and like, you know, when I record stuff, I intend to keep it, like, especially back then, I was not even like used to the idea. Like these days, I don't care. I'll fucking record stuff. Like this live stream, I don't care if it survives, but like I used to, you know, not want to throw anything away, so I recorded this intending for it to become a video. And then like I listened back to it, and like the sound and video were like totally desynced, and it was echoey, and I was like, how did nobody complain about this? Because I guess live streamers are just kind of, or live stream fans are just kind of used to like shittier audio, because a lot of live streamers have shitty audio or something. I don't know, but it was shocking to me that no one had said anything for an hour. Do you still watch Star? Even though
Wars.
he plays Overwatch now.
Oh, star underscore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that I'm disgusted by Overwatch. It seems okay. It's just that his content isn't... It's not as easy to watch a stream as it is to watch a YouTube video, and I enjoy the little snippets of, you know, the gameplay that he used to do. Jerma is probably my favorite now. It used to be Star because of the Team Fortress 2 proficiency. He was just really good at everything, and I was like, wow, he's the coolest guy. But Jerma is just sort of, he's more of a comedian, and I appreciate the effort he puts into making his videos. That, you know, the same sort of comedy gaming stuff. It's hard to describe what those two do if you don't know them. But it's basically if they did a Let's Play and they cut out all the boring shit, but they didn't call it a Let's Play. And they're just basically just being funny guys. I don't know. It's the best kind of Let's Playing. And they're cool.
I think definitely best guy ever was indeed Nate. I don't think he's still listening because he didn't react, but looking through more of the stuff he said, he is probably.
Makes sense that Nate would complain about an audio thing.
Yeah. This guy says, "Do you think hentai analysis is an?" I'm not sure if there's a market for it, but I definitely would like to try doing it. The only problem is you can't do it on YouTube with actually showing footage. But there was a great time, this guy called FGB, Fine Game Bitches, who's a great, hilarious channel that unfortunately the only reason I don't watch him anymore is because he's so fucking repetitive, because every video is the same thing. It's just him talking about how hot a game girl is. But it's pretty funny. And one time he did a review, or like semi-reaction, semi-review of the Mirror's Edge porno parody. And he did it by just putting the video on a porn site, like his review on a porn site, and then linking to it on YouTube. And I thought that was genius. So if I ever did a hentai review, I would do it that way.
Could you not
But I
like
don't know
make like a RedTube or YouPorn account and then upload them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I would do.
Yeah, but like, yeah. I think
I just don't know.
Cotton Candy had an idea for making a hentai review show.
I had a
stuff
plan
like
for a while, and actually, you know what? I'm not even going to talk about it because if I do it, the idea I have, part of the point is to conceal the fact that it's me, so I don't want to reveal too much about it. Though everyone will probably figure that out immediately. And I don't know how to make it. Like that's the thing. I want to do porn under a different identity, but I don't know how to promote it. You know, I don't know how to promote that character so that it would get successful on its own without me
well, like,
doing it.
when you say porn, you mean like drawing or?
No, like reviewing porn.
Oh, reviewing. Okay.
Yeah, but I want to do it as like a different persona, but it'll be obviously me if if I advertise it, but then I don't know how to make it popular if I don't advertise it.
Well, you'd have to start from the bottom and like talk to actual porn artists and say, "Can you seen I reviewed your shit? What do you think?" You know.
Well, I'd be reviewing like hentai, so it'd be.
Oh, you gotta learn Japanese.
Let's see.
Although,
Shit.
alright, I guess we're gonna do that in another PCP. With Munchie and Ben, we're gonna talk about the fact that porn isn't art or something.
Oh yeah. I think Ben actually thinks that, and Munchie just meme thinks that, but they will definitely circle jerk about it for like an hour.
I kind of agree with the general sentiment, but we'll save that for like when we actually talk about it.
I completely disagree with that sentiment. I think porn is absolutely art. I don't see.
Well,
any
not that
reason
it's.
it wouldn't.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Do you guys think that drinking alcohol 2+ times a week is too much?
2 times a week? Not really.
That's about how much I drink. So.
When you say drink, you mean
debatable.
when you say drink, you mean like get wasted or just have a drink?
Oh, I don't get wasted like ever.
But you get you get drunk as opposed to tipsy. Hello? Did you cut out?
What am I here?
You're
hear
here.
me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I would say I get drunk at minimum once a week, at maximum 2 times a week. I drink at minimum twice a week, and at maximum 3 or 4 times a week. So, yeah. But
I mean, I've been going to like a pub every Tuesday night with Dad and his friends, and I've been drinking a bit. There's usually just a couple pints of cider or whatever, so.
These hacking missions fucking blow, dude. You just have to do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, the hacking is... I mean, they get better in Sly 3, and there's a whole thing about it. I generally like him. We'll wait for these things to synchronize.
This guy says, "Why is Munchie so cool? The fact that I'm the same age as him makes me want to die because I'm unfunny and he's cool as fuck." Honestly, Munchie is cooler than anyone else his age, so don't feel bad about it.
I have like a
I
kind
was
of
not cool at 16. You
yeah.
know?
He is, it's remarkable, but I have a morbid curiosity to see if being an adult will finally make him not as crazy as he is. Like, will that
I
ever
think
happen?
I've seen him grow. I mean, he's mellowed out compared to how he was a few years ago.
Yeah.
You know,
It's not like
like
I want it to happen, but I'm just so curious as to how it
like
how it will change him.
right now, Munchie is, he's loud and abrasive and everything, but with a very self-aware, deliberately comedic slant, and he's like a person you can have conversations with and deal with. A couple years ago, he was legitimately just fucking out of control. Like he was at a level. I think it was probably right after, because like it was the last BronyCon we were at, when he had probably just seen the whole Jace video and was starting to do his whole "I'm a character now" thing, and he was wearing the pizza jumpsuit and everything. And that year, he was just fucking off the hinges. Like he was just screaming shit constantly the whole con. He would never shut his mouth and everything.
Oh, you mean
But
the
then
BronyCon that I
sometimes he
was
would,
at?
yeah. Like, remember there was just like one day where I thought he was just like not. I thought he was probably, on ADD meds and then didn't take them one day, and that day he was just crazy. And everyone just kind of had a hard time dealing with it. But then he calmed down significantly over the next couple of years. But yeah, so I think he'll continue probably to get more mellow, but he's already pretty fucking funny. I can't even imagine what kind of shit he's gonna create.
Yeah,
I can't wait for his
it feels
insane.
like what Munchie is like one of those rare occurrences of somebody who was just really good at whatever they were gonna do at a young age.
Yeah.
Like you never think you always hear like, oh yeah, Beethoven fucking he made a billion symphonies, or Mozart, I don't know, made a billion things before he was 8, and you're like, that can't happen. That's just a fucking fairy tale. They made it up. But then occasionally there's a person that exists that you're like, holy shit, people can actually be incredible at young ages.
I mean, it's not as though Munchie's a super genius or anything.
No,
but
no, but it's like it's compared to like everyone I've ever known be that age.
Yeah.
It's just, it's remarkable. I
What-
wouldn't
what-
I
what-
wouldn't
what
try
I
to compare
find-
yourself to him if you're 16, thinking
What
you're not as
impresses
funny.
me-
It's not worth trying to, because you're going to be sad if you compare yourself to
What
to
I
people
think people
like
would have
that.
to realize about Munchie, if you met him in person, it sinks in a lot more. Like the fact that he's funny is one thing at his age, but like if you meet him in person, he's also like very worldly and understanding and like capable of things that, like, Munchie is 16. He flew across country on his own money to come to my house, took an Uber from the airplane to my place. Like, you know, like these are things that not even other PCP members can do easily. Jesse fucking struggles to buy a plane ticket. No one in the PCP other than Nate could I imagine taking an Uber to my place. Like, and with in Munchie's case, he took the Uber because he was in Virginia for some other reason first, I guess. Like he did something else while he was here before he came to my house. But like the level of independence and capability that he has is like far beyond his age. I could not have done any of that at 16. I was afraid to go to the fucking neighboring city at 16.
You know
much
what it
less
might be?
fly cross country alone.
It might be that, like, we didn't like grow up in a world of the internet. We grew up as the internet was coming into its existence.
Yeah.
So Munchie is like a different sort of generation to us, and he might be like the best type of person to come out of the age where information is just
level,
everywhere. So you can learn anything, and it's just sort of yeah, I know everything. I have it all on my phone.
My brother Shade grew up like in the internet, and there's a lot of stuff that Shade knew that impressed me when he was like Munchie's age, like his ability to, you know, mostly computer stuff. Like Shade could, you know, mod games and do all this other advanced shit that like I didn't understand when I was a teenager, um, and that all impressed me. But Munchie's just like he's more worldly now than Shade is now. He's more worldly than half the fucking PCP. He can do like Munchie's the kind of guy who could go anywhere and figure out what to do. You know, he
Well, like
doesn't like
he could actually go to Israel and do all that stuff
yeah
for real.
yeah, like he's very adaptable and he takes in new information very quickly. If you like inform him of something, he understands immediately and can implement it immediately. He doesn't need convincing. He doesn't need to be like taught. He learns by example. You know, he sees what other people are doing and does it. Um, you know, in a way that I don't think other people are able to do. So I do think he's just like stunningly capable and intelligent. And that's why he's also able to be funny and self-aware.
I kind of like that I sort of implied that Munchie is the Mozart of the modern age.
Yeah. This guy keeps asking if I'll talk like Dick for the rest of the stream because I'm really good at it. I've thought about it, but the thing is I can't just force that. The reason I was talking like Dick during my live stream is because I'd been listening to him for fucking like 3 days. So if I catch up on the 2 new episodes of Dick Show I haven't listened to, maybe I'll do a stream where I talk like Dick. Okay. Hebo, did you ever finish Diaries of a Spaceport Janitor?
No, I actually didn't play it beyond what I did in the video of the beta. I actually have
What the hell is
game.
that?
What is that? That's not me.
Are you hearing it?
I can hear it's fucking the ocarina.
Someone in the
Talk
call?
about Munchie. You summon Munchie.
Ah,
It's
I'm on the
Munchie.
stream now.
there he is. Oh shit, he appeared
That was
with the Ganondorf theme. Amazing. That was good.
oh my god.
The
That-
Lord of Darkness is here. I'm trying to get the fucking Triforce, and I'm gonna kill you for it.
Only now that you're here do I see like all of the you asking us if you could be in the stream that I couldn't see before.
Oh shit.
Oh, everyone's pressing 1 now. I gotta join in.
I didn't get
Alright,
all the balls. Oh.
fucking shucks
Shucks.
and bucks and buck me, Applejack. Gonna, you know, do it in the. Oh no, that's I can't say that.
Do
on
it in the pooper.
British TV, which is what this is broadcasting. One of
Yes, the British Broadcasting
Station.
Corporation. I
Corporal
got big cheeses who are saying you can't have a Munchie Boy on your stream, but I'm going against
We'll lose all of our stock. We'll lose all of our gay shit.
all of
And
our
then
gravy
they're
stock.
Like, well, I hate all of the black
man.
cats because they have bad luck. And yeah, that's what I say as well. Except it's
Oh,
black
man.
cats. It's
I'm just gonna kill myself.
You know how it goes. You know how it goes. What is this game?
It's Sly 2, dude.
It's Sly Cooper.
It's
like-
a
just
cartoon.
Crash Bandicoot, but with like gay shit, right?
It's a Crash Bandicoot open world simulator with tanks, dude. It's pretty
Oh,
great.
Fuck, there's panzers.
Yeah, there's
There's
panzers, there's
fucking-
werewolves, there's
oh,
airplanes. At the moment, there's like shit going down. There's a guillotine.
Down.
This game's like a stealth platformer, right?
Yeah, stealth
Oh, yeah,
platformer.
I'd say Munchie while you
I mean, the
want.
stealth is very simple, but it's great.
It's Metal Gear Solid for
Reese. Oh my god, there he is. The
Crash
vulture.
Bandicoot has such a slim figure. I'm sure you would take a cock real nice.
I feel like I was about to ask you a question, Munchie, and I completely forgot. I'm so fucking tired.
The
I
question
primarily
was,
wanted to do a
who
live
are
stream
you?
to try to keep myself up till the pub crawl, which is at 11. And
What,
and
they do it
it's-
at 11 now? At 11
yeah,
p.m. What time is it for me? Holy
Why
shit.
would you not just sleep until the pub crawl and then wake up?
because it was like 5 p.m. and I didn't want to sleep for only 5 hours.
Oh right, you're on the other side of the fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Oh
So
God, you fucking gross. That's all I can say. Just gross.
you know, Munchie, uh, it occurred to me, I think sometime during RadCon, that you have a California accent.
I do.
Yeah, I think so. I think you sound California compared to everybody else.
I think you sound like one of those, like a black person. You sound like one of them, except you're like white, so it's like scary. It incurs a wrath in my heart whenever
Oh,
I
now I
hear
remember
you.
what I was gonna say to you, Munchie, because you were saying something about being too racist. You know what I love about your racism
What?
is that know, like, you can be racist against literally any race because you are not clearly any race. Like, no
I'm
one could tell
undefined.
you, yeah, no one could tell you like that's racist, and you'd be like, well, against who? Like, what am I then? Like, what? Tell me what race I am before you tell me what races I'm allowed to
I
talk
take off
shit
my
about.
glasses, then I like expand my eye. I'm like, tell me right now. Guess
Uh,
if your life depends on it. Tell me what race I am.
Munchie is
Guess
like
wrong.
the
You're going to the
missing
fucking
link in
snake
the
den.
evolutionary tree.
Someone said in chat that I'm a new type, and I agree with that.
Oh my god, that would be beautiful. Do you know what a new type is, Munch?
It's like some like Neon Genesis Evangelion shit, right?
No, it's from Gundam, but close enough.
Yeah.
It's like the next stage of human evolution that's evolved to live in space, and they they
Yes.
can basically they can psychically communicate with one another.
Oh, so they have a high level of Christ consciousness, right?
Yeah, they
Their chakras are aligned.
they have these moments that are called like a new type flash, where like they kind of like see or feel something that the other one is seeing or
That's
feeling.
literally fucking Christ consciousness. I am a new type.
And also they're extremely just adept at like everything. Basically, they're
Yeah.
just they're just amazing at anything.
So I guess anime people are Lemurians. I didn't know. They they
Yeah,
they they are they are Nicals. They learn from the Nicals. They have a high level of Christ consciousness, and hopefully, in an anime world, the Martians don't come with a synthetic Merkaba and invert everyone's chakras because that shit happened here and it was fucking awful. You know, bros?
I know everything.
Sick, dude. It's just like chakras and shit.
I know chakra. It's Naruto-driven power. You
Oh,
need
this guy.
nine-tailed fucks.
This question is definitely for me. Should I watch Giant Robo or Gundam 8? Saw Thunderbolt and loved it. If you want more like Thunderbolt, you go with 8th MS Team. But Giant Robo is absolutely a classic, and everybody should watch it. It is great.
Oh, I was
But it's
actually gonna
nothing
bring
like
out a
Thunderbolt.
review of Gundam Thunderbolt.
Really?
Yeah, cause I really like it. It's a special attack, and if you put it on Pikachu, then it's really good. Because Pikachu has a high special attack, and it's also 90 based power. So it's fucking incredible, really.
Yeah, of course. Um, this guy asked, "What 4chan boards do we go on?" Hippo, do you go on any 4chan boards?
No. I briefly had a look, but I don't get it. I don't care.
I go on A, but I don't read any of it. I just look at the pictures.
I go on A.
VP. And that's it. That's all the ones. Because I just like Pokemon, and it just makes me mad. So I don't even know why I do it.
If there's a V board for Vriska, then I'd go on that.
There's a yeah, there is a Homestuck thing.
Oh.
All they talk about is how Cardcat is cuck and Vriska is the best character.
Oh,
She has
then
huge
I might
tits.
like them. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, that's me. I am that.
That's my aesthetic.
That's me, dude. I gotta go on 4chan now. Thanks.
Alright, in the game right now, which is in the past, from your perspective, you look like you're about to get like hanged, like Hangman, like Rayman, like fucking Crash Bandicoot, which is what this is.
I can see the delay of the stream. It doesn't seem that long ago, but I'm not sure. Oh no, wait. I'm not looking at Twitch. I'm looking at someone else.
This level is just like fucking like Pirates of the Caribbean gay shit.
It's the gothic castle of fucking the Contessa the Spider Girl lady.
Fucking Isabella the Great of Spain.
The Great of Spades. The Great Spanish guy.
I'm a grade A Spanish. I've got some fucking grades for you. I'm gonna grade your meat, by sucking it, see how juicy and tender it is, my friends. I grade it 0. It's shit.
Oh. Oh no.
You're gonna fail dick inspection.
Not dick inspection.
Your
Expection.
dick isn't up to code.
I never
give
expected
it
the
a
dick
bad.
inspection. I'm so tired and my headphones hurt my ears. I don't like
Well,
headphones.
some-
Cool, you're gay.
Someone asked how long will this go for? Hippo, how long will this go?
It will go until the end of this level and then maybe some more, I'm not sure. There's the last bottle! That's the one I wanted.
These things are scary. You're just a little raccoon with like a fucking staff thing.
Yeah, it's a cane.
How are you gonna? No, it's not a game.
It's a cane, dude. It's the Cooper
It's not
cane.
a game. It's a video game. They're different.
Munch, here's a question for you. Do you have a job? Because you seem to do a lot of shit on your own dime.
I do have a job.
He's a dog
and then,
dealer.
Like, a job. My job is I just do shit because I'm like that's in my heritage to like
Commission work, right?
shit. Well, that is my other job, but my real job is just like mowing lawns and stuff.
Right.
And other miscellaneous shit. But I also do commissions, and yeah, I'm in the middle of one.
Right now.
Oh yeah, shit.
How much do you make on commissions?
Wait,
Each commission is like $15 for like full color and stuff.
And where can
Go to- go to
people
munchie.com.
commission you?
Go to fucking go to PM me on Twitter.
go to
and be
Paul.
like, hey, I want my OC to suck off digi brony.
Go to 4chan.poll and you'll find Munchie.
No,
You'll
no,
find
it's
Munchie's
all
commission
wrong.
information. There it is, outlined
Do you
in
do
bold.
erotic art, and is it legal to buy erotic art from you?
No, I would rather die than do erotic art, and I don't care if it's legal. It's grotesque.
Well, I just mean, because I figure if you did it, you would not do it to look erotic. You would do it in the most, you would try to make it something they weren't happy with.
Yeah. True. One time Jesse wanted me to draw, like he came to me first with the idea of him like coming inside Kimmy Sparkles, and
Oh,
I was so distraught, I had to go to church.
Right then and there.
And then destroy church and dismantle it.
This guy says, Munchie, did you hear how they were sucking your dick a minute ago? I assume so. He was listening to the...
Of course. It's accurate.
Yeah.
Dude, Munchie, if you become normal, I will kill you.
Oh, don't worry. I feel like I'm gonna stay at this temperature for a while before I might lower it to like Celsius, and like minus 100 Celsius.
Holy shit, that's a lot of Celsius minus.
That's at least like more than 7 Celsius. I guess you could even say it's like negative 100 Celsius if you're crazy.
I'm out of questions, chat, so if you guys want to give me more... I skipped a bunch that I just didn't think Hippo would have any answers for.
This game is one of those games where you go zoop around and then like they all go die. How many casualties do you think are in this raccoon war you're in?
Well, every guard you kill disappears and turns to nothing, so I guess many.
Actually, I didn't notice this was a question because they didn't put a question mark on it, but it said, when's the last time you had a
Sorry, you cut out, what was that?
Vegetable.
When's the last time you had a vegetable?
I had a vegetable in the last meal. I had nice chips. This potato. I also had
It is
ketchup, that's
yesterday.
tomato.
I cannot abide
that's
by
a fruit.
thinking of fries or chips as a vegetable.
Yeah, I'm kidding, my friend, my bro. I have my dad is in my house because he lives here, so he cooks food, and he loves to cook good. So he cooks vegetables, and I eat vegetables basically all the time. I'm a good boy.
I have been on a real salad kick lately.
I can't stand salads.
I had that opinion for a very long time, but now I love them. And I had a moment where I had something akin to a panic attack while going on a walk through the neighborhood, and I realized that I just have anxiety problems, and so I looked up how to I googled how to cure anxiety, and it said change everything about your life. So that's what I'm doing. I stopped drinking caffeine, I stopped smoking, and I'm trying to eat somewhat healthier.
That won't last. But good
Weird
job.
thing about salads is, I mean, usually I don't like vegetables on their own, you know? That I love having vegetables with, meat or something. The only vegetable I would have on its own is potatoes, because they're basically fucking pasta. But yeah, the idea of just having like leaves and cucumber just by itself, it's weird. Maybe if it had if it was like Italian dressing and really really nice, then maybe. With black olives, that's pretty good. Red peppers.
Salads are gay. Oh,
Salads
Daisy,
are
go back
all
to
okay.
anxiety.
I've liked vegetable pizzas. They've been good. They've been good to me.
Okay. I used to have anxiety problems, and then I got like a bottle of pills, and then I took them for like a week, and then I was like, you know what? If I just take them all at the same time, then I'll never have anxiety problems again. I took them all at the exact same time, and now I can see into the future. So I would highly recommend it.
Back when I was depressed, I took pills that were essentially for anxiety, and that worked out well. But I was having increasing amounts of anxiety that were pretty much proportional to how much more smoking I was doing, because I was full blown addicted to cigarettes. So I figured that was the most important thing. Let's stop smoking, maybe consume less caffeine, considering that all I drink is fucking tea, which is, laden with caffeine. And there was weeks going by that I was not consuming a single vegetable. So I figured it's time to change all of this.
Well, good for you. Oh, hey, by the way, I had a dream that's more like a premonition. We restarted Discord Digibrony, and people sent us solid gold bars.
Hippo, do you like having long?
Long hair?
Yeah.
I mean, it obviously has its downsides in that it's hard to clean.
Yeah.
But I think I like long hair in general. It's fun to have, especially at winter. I guess I would cut it short during the summer because the back of my neck would heat up and fall off, and that would be bad.
He also asks, did you have it in school, and did people give you shit for it?
No, actually, it's quite it's just an adult thing. I did have long hair, but it was before I had enough hair for gravity to take effect and to bring it down over the sides of my
You
head.
basically had just an afro.
So I had an afro, yeah, and that got me some shit. And it wasn't like I groomed it as an afro or like an actual hairstyle. It was just sort of like I had hair that went up instead of, everyone else who had hair that either went down, straight hair, or they didn't have long hair. Everyone seemed to have curly hair that went down, but nobody had curly hair that just stayed up, and that made me stick out.
But I don't know if you'd have an answer. Oh, are you still
No,
explaining that?
that's fine. You go with.
I don't know if you'd have an answer for this, but this guy asked, "What anime did you want to be good, but it's falling short?"
Every anime I've ever watched.
I'll just expand that out from anime. Has there been anything recently?
Been any things like media?
Yeah.
I can't think of anything recent. I guess Homestuck.
Yes.
That's just the long-standing. Well, it could have been the greatest thing ever, but it wasn't quite. Well, I mean, it's really great, but it could have been greater. He dropped the ball, he screwed the ball, he fucked the pooch, he dropped the pooch.
We've been talking about the fucking Homestuck PCP for like 6 months now. Why don't we just fucking do it?
Because
yeah.
everybody's waiting on me to finish Homestuck for some reason.
Yeah, that's true.
You could all do it without me, but
You're the only one who likes Homestuck besides Hippo.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I haven't finished it yet. Maybe I'll hate it by the end.
Yeah, if you hate it,
have
then
an
I
entire
will.
plotline for that
doubt it,
podcast.
I kind of love the idea that everyone hates Homestuck except me. I want everyone to hate it because I want to be the only guy who's enjoying it anymore. It's kind of cool idea.
To answer that question and to actually apply it to anime, it's not that the show wasn't good, but Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju was a show that like the first 2 episodes seemed like this could be one of the greatest shows ever, and it was hyped for me by fucking Mother's Basement, who actually does think it's one of the greatest shows ever. But I thought that most of it was pretty repetitive, and it took way too long to get to the point, and it was like a show that I was expecting to be a 9 and instead was a 7, and so it's pretty disappointing. Even though it's still a great show and deserves. I think I'd be less disappointed if I watched it a second time and knew that it was going to be that way.
Taking Jeff's opinion seriously is like sticking your dick into a snake without removing its venom first, which is
I
what I do.
completely agree. I don't know why. Like, I mean, I hate most of the shows that Jeff likes. So, but it's just that show had such a strong start that I was really expecting it to continue that way, and I'd heard little to the contrary. But
I think the fact that I'm generally really optimistic, so and I don't get too bothered by something that ends kind of poorly if I enjoyed most of what happened before. So like even with something like Homestuck, other people hate it more than I do in the way it ended. And I would say it could have been better, but I wouldn't really say it was disappointing overall. So it's like I don't know. I don't like being disappointed. I don't like being gay and all that.
I literally sob about Homestuck on a near weekly basis. I have like a 30-minute like day on like every Friday where I just sob and cry about Homestuck.
You should broadcast that shit.
I'll do it. One time, it was in the morning of Friday, and I didn't want to get out of bed, so I just stayed in bed for like 2 hours thinking about Homestuck.
hey, Munchie, you are somewhat quieter than us. Is there any way you can turn yourself up?
Let me see.
You don't seem quieter in the Discord, but
Oh, you know what it might be? Because it's going through my PC, it could be that I've got Munchie turned down volume-wise.
oh, on your Discord?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change that.
That's likely. He is a loud man.
Hey, Lamau.
You're not like that much quieter though, from what I'm hearing. Someone complained about it, but I'm listening to it.
I heard
Alright.
that, and I tried to move my mic closer to my mouth.
Alright, okay, let me do the thing.
There's so much fucking mold around me. I'm breathing in mold right now.
Here's a good question. Digi, when's the next mailbag? Probably in a while, because it turns out I had not paid the P.O. box I was supposed to pay on December 31st. And so for the last month, there hasn't been shit in it. And I finally went up there and asked about it. And they were like, yeah, you got to pay for it. So I just paid for the P.O. box again. And the woman's, she indicated that they would ordinarily put sender stuff on all the shit that I got to a canceled PO box. The PO box was not taped up yet, so essentially there's probably a bunch of mail for me just sitting around in the post office, like unidentified. So I'm gonna go back soon and figure out where the hell it all is.
Digi, when's the next Discorded Digibro post?
Never, ever.
Fuck.
We should get a Discorded Digibro.
Yeah!
He should make a return.
Oh, fuck. That would be his Animorph. His reverse Animorph.
I'm assuming the censored word in this question is pussy. Digi, how did the response for the call for pussy in your decompression chamber go? Well, obviously not successfully enough that I got any. There were, I think, 3 people.
Shout outs to Pussy.
Yeah, shout outs to Pussy.
I
think there were
pretty good.
I think there were 3 people who contacted me with interest, and 2 of them were transgender. Pre-op.
Not working. Not.
You're
not
so racist.
Yeah, so it didn't
if you
go
literally
anywhere.
said 4 pussy, then
Would they need
why
4
would
pussies?
I didn't literally say
Okay.
that. I was just kind of like vaguely hawking the idea that I'm interested in
sex with the fans.
Sex with
Yeah.
the young.
Yeah.
but I got a question for Munchie, if you don't mind. How was that Smash tourney you went to, and do you go to them often?
That was my first Smash tournament ever. That wasn't local, and I got destroyed. I was packed up into a bag, and I was mailed to Virginia Beach, and I came out, and I'm in the P.O. box waiting for Digi. And when he comes over, I'm gonna snap his fucking neck. So that's how it went.
This is an interesting question. Munchie, do you agree with Digi about JoJo being dumb?
I've never heard that opinion of Digi's, and yes. I don't see... That's the entire appeal of JoJo's, that it's fucking stupid.
Yeah. I'm glad you think so. There's a lot of people who... the reason
they probably... If they have a problem with that, it's probably because they associate dumb with bad.
Well, no, it's not that anyone has a problem with it. It's that people praise the show as though it's not dumb.
Oh,
like a lot of a lot of the way that people talk about JoJo, at least that I see, is that they paint it as though it's this work of utter genius, without acknowledging the fact that it is probably the most retarded thing that's ever existed.
Yeah.
And when I point this out, people seem to like have a mental. Like they don't get where I'm coming from, almost. Like, people think, wait, how can you possibly think JoJo's retarded when it's so genius? And I'm like, I think a part of the appeal is that it's retarded, but how can you not recognize how stupid it is?
I think there are some parts of JoJo that are genuinely great, but I mean, I would also say that being retarded is also genuinely great. Who is this? There's an... Oh, it's that guy! Interstage right. It's the grown guy.
Oh my god, is that the bloody dead man?
It is.
This is the bloody dead man's fucking brother, the unalive.
He's got a whole family now.
The unalive bitch. I'm the most unalive bitch you've ever met in your life.
Are you by chance
the most unlaid person in the universe?
Are you by chance homosexual and unalive?
Unalive, unlaid, and homosexual. That's my catchphrase for life, cunt.
Are you
sick?
Are you thicker than the devil?
My other catchphrase is, give me a bagel, cunt. Get a bagel for your faggle, cunt. I'm the faggle. I'm an even worse character than the bloody dead man. They didn't think it could be done, but I did it. I was born as if to answer that call. And now I go back to my void, never to be seen again.
That was a Given Stream exclusive character.
Yeah,
You're gonna
it's
have to
my
buy
character
the
now.
gift card
You gotta buy the
if
rights
you wanna
to
see
it.
that.
Hey everybody, Endless Jess is here. Have any new characters sprung up in my...
Oh no one at all.
Darn,
no one you want to know about.
Well, rat. I guess I'll find out on my own at the most inconvenient time imaginable. Because I wasn't warned.
I like how this is
this
slowly
is the
becoming
fucking
just a
Hindenburg.
podcast. Yeah, dude.
Oh fuck! It's oh shit! All the gay people. No, that was all the gay people were in that blimp. There's only straight people now. Oh wait, except for Digi. Oh, thank God. You're gonna have to repopulate with yourself.
But Munchie, he's also dead. Therefore, he's not alive.
Hello, it is me. I am the African undertaler.
Nate?
I am
Nate's
the
real
African
quiet.
undertaler. I am black. I love Six Flags. I want to get the hyenas around my village to drink down my lime shoot. I love my lime shoot. I am the African undertaler.
Undertaler, I don't understand.
I'm the African undertaler. I need to collect all the Tism stones.
Why
Me
is
and my
this
friend.
African character also an undertaler? There's no reason for that.
Is he one of the?
I love undertaler. Papyrus!
Wait, is the African undertaler just the undertaler's?
Whoa! We established that the Undertale at 666 is the one who worships Papyrus. I don't know about this
No,
African Undertale.
I don't know who the fuck this
That's
retard
a real character.
off-brand
That's his true love.
Nate
That's
shit.
his love.
Wow,
What are you
wow,
talking
wow,
about?
Nate. Now, nice job being Nate. You really did it this time.
I'm the only one who can hack that particular job.
African undertaler is like some weird African PCP fan, the only one in the
Yeah.
Well,
the #1 fan of the Undertaler, and praise to the Undertaler like the Undertaler praise to Sans.
Well, there's
Right.
actually an official backstory that I came up with yesterday. See,
Oh,
the thing
good.
is, the African Undertaler is actually just like Steve, but he became black after watching too many PCP episodes, and that's it.
That would turn you black.
Yeah.
Steve, the fuck, what is he, like the fucking Voltorb? He's a fucking, you know.
He's the owner of the subreddit,
Oh, really? Okay, that's cool.
and
He's
yeah.
also like a Voltorb or something, and Nuzlocke.
No, wait, I got it.
hate Pokemon.
It's not that he's watched too many PCP episodes. He's watched the first episode too many times, and now he's an Undertale fan and black.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Wait, I thought watching PCP
You see, he was
what made him black.
he's in Africa. He was on vacation in Africa, and he only had bandwidth to download one MP3 of the PCP. So he got episode 1, and he went into the jungle to live his African lifestyle, and he's been listening to it over and over again with that one MP3 for generations, and he's gained the power. of
Look
a
out for
thousand-
that gay shit. Do 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 do.
That's fucking Scarious George.
I am the I am a very tribe of wise people. You will yeah, Undertale.
Hey, can
So vivid.
I don't
that is
like him. I don't like the. It sounds like he's got malaria, and I want him away.
He kind of looks like General Butt Naked, but with like a turban.
Here's a question for you guys, because I actually don't know the answer, though I'm sure it's not complicated. How did the Hamboy Winter War come?
Oh,
we
that's a good
hate-
story.
I think you just had an
so
idea
one day,
to make a snowman, and it spiraled into let's kill a snowman.
I just wanted to make a snowman, and then I don't know, like, I
Well,
think I
I
had
know-
the idea of just murdering the snowman with swords, and it just kind of evolved into, guys,
Yeah.
let's all do it and film it.
I
And
know
then,
initially
you know.
there was because it had snowed like crazy like the first day of RadCon, and initially I was saying we should do winter games.
That's
Like,
right.
we were gonna have like a
That's the
big
remnants
snowball
of that.
fight war or whatever, and then but like you and Hippo were just determined to build a snowman if nothing else. and
Well,
then-
nobody cared about the winter games, despite like it being mentioned every once in a while. And so
Yeah.
it was like our last chance to do it, and I'm just like, okay, Digi's like filming of the fucking Believe in the Weave has begun. Like
Yeah.
he's busy with Ben. Let's just do something now before the snow melts. And so making a snowman and then murdering it was what metastasized out of that particular cancer.
Yeah, it was. It
You
was
could
like,
unmute your mic, Mumkey. We're not on. You don't have to record your audio.
Yeah.
yeah, it's not a podcast.
He's probably
just-
fucking his girlfriend right now. And he
It's
doesn't want to.
literally just a random hypocrite live stream
Yeah.
that we've all bombed.
This
in
is
on.
my stream. I guess somebody
love
will
it.
want to archive this now. I guess I should put it on YouTube
It'll
or
be on
something.
Twitch, right? You know.
Yeah, I can.
Move,
I
move it to Give and Take or something.
I'll do it.
Cool.
It's been
I-
pretty consistently talkative. It's basically a podcast.
What are you guys gonna do for shit tomorrow?
Go to work,
If anything.
then kill myself.
What do you
Oh
mean
wait,
by
you mean
shit
Valentine's Day? Oh
Yeah.
god.
Be alone, eat another heart-shaped pizza or something. I don't know.
Oh my
I think
God.
I'm gonna become the Pope.
I'm probably gonna to make actual like little messages to people that I like.
Oh my god.
Because
that's
usually I'm
great.
just like, Valentine's Day is just this dumb day. It's just making you think about fucking shit. But I'm just gonna make it about people I like, not just girls. It'll be a nice happy friend day.
I'm
You
gonna
know-
order a bunch of those newfangled special DLC Pizza Hut.
Hey,
heart-shaped-
everybody!
Oh no!
Monkey!
Oh
You
no!
know, I was just watching some old drowning in horseshoes videos for ideas, and I found one of the best ideas I've ever had in the history of my illustrious career as an anime expert.
Monkey
What if
finale?
I got a Dutch apple pie and started rubbing it all over my face?
That's a good
And then
idea,
I got
Monkey.
another idea. What if I filmed a video of me progressively getting more and more of a neckbeard and filmed it in reverse so that I could have it go progressively more throughout? What if Jumpy Moans was on the floor in the furnace room and I had a gun and I shot him and it was like of Mice and Men but like a parody wrapped up in a review of a show that itself was also a parody of other reviews of the show.
Monkey finally came unmuted. The bait is working.
No, I just.
Push to talk.
Can you hear me yet? I don't know if this.
Yeah,
is
we can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
you now.
Yeah.
I thought that I was unmuted and the push to talk on my phone wasn't working, and I was freaking the fuck out.
Push to talk on phone. That's weird.
It looks like I'm playing episode 6.
Well, like episode 6. Yeah.
It is
That
pretty,
hippo, you
pretty
can't
sick.
put a mustache on a hippopotamus.
It's not a mustache, it's a mask. He's a wrestler.
Fuck.
He's a wrestler and a rally truck driver. He's the coolest hippopotamus I've ever
That's
seen.
it. That's at least like 2 jobs that may or may not overlap.
Haven't you seen the top 10 hippos video? Don't you know the lore of Murray? Everyone knows. It's a
I
Murray.
think, but I don't remember.
It's Murray. It was a ruse. I rused you all. I just wanted to talk about my favorite character, Murray. Oh, I want a hippo.
Does
on this
anybody
channel.
know if you can deep fry hot dogs?
Probably. You can deep fry
I
anything.
don't. I mean, if you bread them,
Yeah,
I
bread
guess
'em,
they're
just
gonna
bread 'em.
taste like dog shit, though.
They already
Don't
taste
people
like dog
already
shit.
do
Hot dogs are
that?
not good.
Isn't that what a chili
Hot
dog
dogs
is?
are fucking
Or,
great. You
no, a
fucking
corn
East
dog.
Coast bitch.
What the hell
Well,
is a
just
corn
because you
dog?
suck dick all day doesn't mean
corn dog
yeah,
might-
corn dog. There you go. That's deep fried. I'm
Is
pretty
that-
sure.
is it deep?
You know,
fried?
Nate,
Maybe.
I've been saving my piss all day just for you.
Oh, don't you do it. Don't you? You know what? I've got this giant water bottle that I got from Soylent. That's like the biggest water bottle in the world. I want to see you do a stream where you fill it with one great burst of piss on a
I can do
PCP.
it.
I want to watch that level go all the way from the bottom to the top.
You know what we should do? We should have a PCP about like
Piss?
being disgusting and like mold and like bodily fluids.
You know,
That's
that'd be
actually a
interesting.
great idea.
We should have an undertaler podcast.
That'd be
That an
interesting 'cause I'm
Undertaler
actually a
reunion.
big prude.
The entire
Hello,
Undertaler
I'm
family.
back again.
It would be like the Apple
I'm
family
back again.
reunion with all the Apple family guys. But
Yeah,
they're
I can
all
finally come
Undertale
out the
fans of
closet
different
as
types.
like a weirdo, like uptight neat freak. When it comes to that sort of stuff, when it violently repulses me to even think about you and your degenerate lifestyle out there, Munchie.
I am going to go catch some wood for my furnace, and then I'll play Undertale with my steam-powered engine that I made myself. Black people are good.
They sure are.
Steam-powered Undertale.
Well, it is on Steam.
Oh,
I thought that was the pun.
I did not get it.
This
Maybe,
is
that
the
pun of, like
coolest.
Steam in general. Okay, so you got a moose guy there.
Yeah, this
Well,
is the
it's made-
coolest
It's
place.
made by Valve.
You're
and
making
it's
it rain
like-
on him.
It's like a Valve turns a thing, and that's
Oh wait,
how
he
it
was
is.
stealing money. I get it. All right, if Valve turns and Steam comes out, I got you.
This level
Me and
is
my friend, the
so cool.
Undertaler, are
Shut
fucking
up!
going around.
African
murdering
Undertaler. I'm
people.
trying to talk about video games.
not my friend, son. Jesus.
Oh no! What a derailment!
He's just a crazy friend. I literally can never do the Undertaler.
Holy
voice
shit,
after
dude!
doing
Somebody
the
just
African
commented,
Undertaler.
"Is Nino in the stream?" I'm sure in response to the African Undertaler. Whoa, dude! Whoa! Whoa!
Because he's black.
You
Hippo, what were you saying about this
fucking
video game?
This video game,
level
this
is
level,
beautiful.
yeah, it's one of my favorites in the world because these
Dude, that
trains,
moose was cool.
these trains, there's 3 train tracks, and these trains go along them periodically. But you can jump on top of the trains, and there is a mission to like go into each of the trains one by one, and then the heist is to steal from the trains, and it's just the coolest.
Whoa.
It's the coolest thing ever.
You know what this unironically reminds me of? Remember the Crystal Empire level
It's a
in
bit.
that really shitty fucking MMORPG
Yes.
Equestria game,
Legends
you
of
know?
Equestria.
Yeah, remember that level we were playing, Gib? And I made
Yeah.
that video about it, and they were running around. That's what this level reminds me of. It's almost as good as that game.
almost.
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 We need to just go back in time and just keep reliving Brony days over and over again, because they're the only fucking times that matter.
I agree.
We just need to go back to BronyCon, because that's the only con that's good.
Victor was telling me, he's like, I cannot believe that the one fucking meme that survived from PCP was the goddamn undertaler. and I think he said that he's been doing the voice too all the time. Of course he has. Like him and Hope have been sitting around.
People are gonna be doing the Sans call for thousands of years to come. It's iconic. It's fucking iconic.
Sans, it's time for me to finally tell you guys about the ARG I'm working on.
Oh my god.
Because I just robbed Munchie the other day, and the people in the PCP fan chat were there to see. I robbed Munchie, recorded a new rap, and I took Munchie's autism or tism stone. You see, there are 7 tism stones laden throughout the entire PCP universe, and when you get them all in one cod piece and stuck them down your lemon pipe, then.
Oh my god.
Then you are able to control the multiverse. That's what me and my friend, the African undertaler, are trying to accomplish. I
love it. The 7 tism stones. Yeah.
Each one of our channels has access to a tism stone.
I already have Munchie's racism stone. Now I'm coming for your stone. And the 7th piece, the 7th autism stone, isn't physical. It only appears when you have all the other 6 ones together.
Of course.
Amazing.
Wow.
Alright, so I'm gonna go rubble through the trash now. Later. Bye.
You realize that this law is...
Sans!
Munchie.
Once you've assembled the cod piece, you gain the power of tism control.
You realize, Munchie, that this law is always going to be better than whatever thing you actually make with the crocodile.
Oh no! Fuck
It's
you. I mean, Gruff is gonna be on the Animal Cast, whether you guys like it or
Oh,
not, once
shit.
he's out.
Oh, fantastic. I look forward to
Work
it.
on it, dude. Make it real.
I don't know how much you've heard about Munchie's comic, but I've grown, like, I was already deeply interested in Munchie's comic, but I've grown doubly so as he's continued to describe to me that it will be, like, turbo violent and full of the word nigger constantly. And
Well,
I was like,
all
oh
right.
my god, what am I in
You
for?
guys don't even know about the syllable-line theoretical and theological statistics, so...
Yeah, that's right, you said there was lots of statistics and, like, character, like everyone just has
each
lots
character
of
has their
stats.
own unique build, yeah.
Yeah.
Are these statistics what you use to justify
I
police
died.
violence in certain communities? Is that?
Oh,
is that where
you
you're going
know
with
it, bro! Yeah!
How closely will Investigator resemble Mad Bull 34?
Yeah, good question.
Pretty
Exactly.
much... pretty much the exact same thing. Except instead of a black lady, there's gonna be a priest who,
Yeah, okay.
the priest
It's
is cool.
basically just a Western adaptation of Mad Bull.
God, what a great show.
With lots of crocodile and, like, ball violence. There's a lot of ball violence. Like ball busting. Like this would be labeled like cuckoldry,
Ball
like
fetish
ball
work?
yeah.
Mhm.
Munchie,
So, Hippo, what is this ferret game we're playing?
This game is Sly 2, and it's
Sneaky Sam.
it's a game where you're a raccoon and you're sneaking around and you're stealing from mooses who have guns.
I'm actually really surprised Jesse hasn't played Sly 2.
You would
I've never
enjoy
played
it.
any of the Sly games.
You'd enjoy Sly 2. I'm not sure about Sly 1,
I
but
have
Sly
not
2 is
played
very
any of the
fun
Sly
and
games.
it's cool.
I've played other games, but
I
not
doubt that. I doubt that.
Yeah, I'm lying again. I can't.
You can't back that up. You've never seen a game before in your life.
I can't
They-
prove that I've played a game.
Very important question for Munchie. What level of Christ consciousness is the African undertaler on?
Oh fuck.
Deep concentration.
Yeah.
Normal people are at 1. I'm at 7. I would say the undertaler is at like, well, the undertaler like ultra, like normal,
Right.
like without DLC is like at like a 4, and then I would
4.
say the African undertaler is at like 2.
Okay. Okay.
So you're quite high
so-
up,
so-
Munchie.
Well, I mean, I am a
He's a
Nicole,
pioneer of
so-
the field. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a Nicole. I was one of the first at Lumeria. I helped humans do stair-step evolution in Egypt, so, you know. I think I've earned my fucking rank, bro.
Somebody asked, is Mad Bull 34 the best thing you watched at RadCon?
Watched for sure.
Well, I
sure.
mean, I watched the K-On! Movie again.
Yeah.
And that's the best thing, but Mad Bull was the most fun because
For me, it was the Kirby movie.
yeah. The
Yawn.
Kirby movie was like a waking nightmare. It was not that it was bad. It was just absolutely insane.
The best part of that movie is the 20 minutes that literally don't exist.
The
Like
best part
how
of that movie is
like
you
that's like a
screaming,
dream.
"Get it, you fucking kike!" After like, every second of the movie.
We were discussing this about Munchie. Like, there was a certain tipping point at RadCon 2 where it became very apparent that Munchie had grown bored of nigger and had switched to
Yeah, right. I prefer Kike, I think.
Like, he became self-aware that he was overusing the nigger gag.
You can separate them into arcs. The nigger arc and the kike arc.
Oh, believe me, next RadCon's gonna be spick and want.
No, Gook. Gook's my favorite.
Gook's more of a Nate thing.
Gook was there before the
Munchie's entire life is divided into the nigger saga and the spick saga and the kike saga, like Dragon Ball Z.
Everyone, vote up. Vote up what's the best one for white people. Like what do I call white people?
There's
German.
not even a good one for white people.
I'm fond of
Yeah.
Mick, but that's only for Irish.
You can just call him a
I'll
Nazi,
write that down.
you know, that'll do the job. Just assume they're a Nazi, you know?
Oh,
Hey, you're not
yes.
allowed in here, you fucking Mick.
Actually, you know what? The best thing we watched at RadCon, this was sort of post RadCon, but part of the plebe and the weeb was the fucking goddamn Broken Brilliance, the Broken Matt saga.
Oh yeah.
We caught up on that, and that was a great time. So either that or K-On! But watching Mad Bull was like a experience as
Mad
anybody
Bull
who's
was like
Yeah.
cum.
yeah, you know that the videos of us watching that are all there. So some of the chat has seen it, in fact, of all of us watching.
Wait,
Mad
it's out?
Yep. Yep.
Yep,
Oh,
all the videos of us watching the shows, you watching Kirby, and
Oh, I want to rewatch me watching Kirby. Send that to me.
yeah, I can link you. I'll link everybody the folder.
How can
of all
the
Sick.
folks at home watch those? They have to be your patron?
No, it was for the Kickstarter backers. So
Oh, okay.
if I haven't decided yet if and how I would like sell these things again, because there's been
Yeah.
some people who expressed an interest in paying for them, but I don't know like what to charge for it. Because like as a Kickstarter backer, like the prices are kind of absorbent for what the product is. Like it's like
Right.
because of the fact that you're mostly trying to fund the actual thing. Like it would be weird to charge $20 to somebody for just us reacting to shit. But then at the same time, if I charge less than that, then it seems unfair to the people who paid that much for it, you know? So
yeah.
I feel weird about like how to resell it, if at all. Maybe when enough time has passed, we could do it, just so it's like, you know, you had it before everyone else. You know,
Exclusivity
that could be the
is
bonus.
generally the
I mean,
nicest
since
thing
they're
to do
coming out-
for everyone, but
Yeah. I mean,
Like
since
time.
they're coming, or since, you know, Plebe and the Weeb will come out sometime in the future, maybe it could just, like, be released at that time in some way? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe when the season come, like maybe I'll make it so. Here's a good idea. Because a lot of people are asking me if I will sell Blu-rays after the fact. Because like you know, all the Blu-rays that we sold were part of the Kickstarter. Some people were asking like, will you sell more in the future? If I decide to sell more, I could make it so anyone who buys one just gets all that other stuff. You know,
Yeah.
I'll just send
Yeah.
send you
Like
links to it.
deluxe, like super RadCon 2 deluxe.
Yeah, like it won't be on the Blu-ray or anything. Get links to all the extra shit, you know, if you buy a Blu-ray. If we sell more, I very deeply regret the entire practice of including Blu-rays in this deal because it's gonna be a real pain in the ass to get them all made and shipped. But
Hey, what about an idea of having it as a separate, like, thing you can buy? Like, you can get the normal one, or you can pay more, and you get, like, a 2 Blu-ray pack, one of which has all the reaction stuff as, like, a special thing. Then you just get
that'd
it.
be twice the pain in the ass.
It would be twice the pain in the ass. That's true. That's for sure.
I already had to ship 150 of them for the Kickstarter. I have no idea what that'll cost.
Wow, Snake. It's time to swap the disc.
I have a
Otacon, what are you talking
fucking
about?
bone
Oh,
to
that's
pick
right. We're
with
on Blu-ray
everyone.
disc now.
Oh,
Dual layered
and
too.
Time to swap
so-
your dicks.
These guys asking when's the documentary coming out. Is February a possibility?
time.
February is a possibility. I think Victor is
Really? Wow.
most of the way through it.
I thought he had given up on the documentary.
He gave up on making it like a real movie, but he's still editing it together as like to make it something watchable. Because there's like I would have just slapped something together, but there was so much footage and so much of it was just like totally random. So Victor's been sorting through it all and just compiling it into like, you know, here's all the good stuff and it's worth watching.
I can imagine
But,
it'd be a good learning experience, if nothing else. Like
Yeah,
figuring
I
out
mean,
how
he's-
to get a bunch of footage and then use it.
Right.
Mhm.
It was just that like the way he put it was like there's no way to make it a real doc simply because it's all on one camera. Like, you know, there's nothing to cut between. There's no way to like make a scene flow. You just kind of have to show the whole fucking clip, you know. So it's
Yeah,
really more
yeah.
of a vlogumentary, which is what I promised anyways in the beginning on the Kickstarter, but you know, he said that you know, it won't be like a real movie, but he'll at least get all the footage edited together.
You
And
know,
he's been-
that's one
I know he's
thing.
got like 2 hours of it done so far, so
Oh shit.
Damn. That's one thing I
it's gonna be
liked
long as
about
shit.
the way both Jesse edited the Plebe and the Weeb and Gib edited the live podcasts. The way they cut at various times. They've only got one camera with one bit of footage. But it's the
Right.
way they do zooms and cuts to different zooms that sort of replicates the feeling of multiple cameras. It's cool.
Yeah, it's
cool, I like it.
it's a good like even Red Letter Media who have like multiple
Yeah,
cameras sometimes do that just for
Mhm.
effect because it's funny.
It's effective.
I want to do a give and take style count for every time I've said a racial slur in the documentary.
Given Steak takes like the compilation.
Yes.
That's
That
quite the undertaking.
That's
Quite
quite
the
the
Undertaler.
Undertaler 587.
That's
I don't
what
know
I
if there'll
set you
be
up
as
for.
many racial epithets in the documentary itself as there were in like the Jace rant and in the fucking Kirby
Kirby.
video.
The Kirby video, I can't tell. Like I don't like I that entire thing is like a Christ consciousness, like haze.
Yeah, it was.
Like I can't remember if it was the best thing I've ever made or the worst thing anyone has ever made.
If you mean the actual Plebe and the Weeb episode, it's
Mhm.
definitely the worst thing anyone has ever made. And the only thing that will make it watchable is all the shit me and Jesse were doing in the background.
Oh, sick.
Is this the Kirby one you're talking about?
Yes, we're.
Oh my
we're
God, I
munching
really look
cakes in
forward to it.
circles around the microphone, screaming for like nearly 30 minutes.
See, in my brain, I had thought that the Kirby movie was about an all-out race and skeleton war.
Okay.
So that was
Right.
that was I was
What-
recount. I was
what
regaling
side
the tale.
did Kirby fight for?
Obviously, the
race?
neo-Nazis.
Yeah, okay, all right, I'm with
Deity was a fucking kike sympathizer.
you. They can't be tolerated.
No.
This isn't Dreamland with the kikes running around. It's Nightmare Land. Time to purify.
I've forgotten how like awful the Kirby movie is.
Is it that bad? Is it just like a movie from the anime?
Yeah, I remember I remember the basic plot line, and I thought it was like watchable, but I
It's-
was wrong.
It's not that it's unwatchable,
fucked
just
up.
that it's very asinine and
Yeah.
and like 20 minutes of it literally don't even matter at all.
Yeah, I don't know what that I don't know what that fucking was.
And it's so fucking. For anyone who hasn't seen the Kirby, it's really just the last like 5 episodes of the show, which compiled make a movie, and there's like a 20-minute sequence of Kirby fighting all these these enemies. It's like the very beginning of the movie, and then it turns out that was all a dream, and then he fights them for real.
What?
And like, so you
Is
just
it the
watch
same
this-
footage?
No, it's shorter and totally different, but like it's just like there was no point whatsoever to the part that was a dream. It just happens, and it's completely
The
mind.
weirdest thing is, I like vividly remember, like Bearstein Bear shit right here. I vividly remember DDD like turning good at the end. But DD in that movie is like literally a straight up like super villain.
Yeah.
Like he is bad. Like in the games and in the anime for the most part, he's just kind of like a bitch and like a bad guy, like lowercase bad guy. But this, he's like, I'm going to kill the entire human race, the entire non-kike race. And I'm not gonna stand for it. And Kirby's not either. Kirby's a skinhead, just like I am.
He doesn't have any hair.
No, you know how it is.
Yeah, that movie is just non-stop action, and not in a good way. In a way that it becomes tiring and it's kind of unbelievable. It's just like, how is this happening? How can this movie just
it's hard to imagine a
action?
Kirby movie being non-stop action.
It's if you witnessed it, you'd just be like, oh my god. Like, I can't believe it's still going on. I can't believe it's still happening.
The weirdest part is the entire movie is action, but like the main villain dies in like one hit.
Yeah.
like the actual like final battle is like 30 seconds long.
Yeah.
And it's like it takes, dude. Did you like the chess metaphor? That was literally like
not anything.
This is like chess, Kirby, and then Kirby just like kills him, and then it's over.
Chess indeed. Well played.
They're like on a chessboard in space, and the guy's like, "Oh, it's a chess metaphor." And then Kirby just goes
Like
back.
Kirby would ever give a fuck.
Yeah. The whole, like, the movie basically goes full Gurren Lagann ending. Like, there's like a whole, you know, the scene where they leave Earth and it transforms in like the moon Chodinga or whatever. That scene happens in Kirby.
How odd.
As they go to the
you know,
other
it's kind of
planet
appropriate
to-
for Kirby in a way, because like a lot of space fighting does happen at the end of those games.
Yeah. Oh, the final boss fight is like literally like Kirby has to chase down Nightmare, and Nightmare's like flying backwards through this whole facility. It's
Sick.
exactly what it is in the games.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. There's cool things about it. It's just very mind-numbing.
It's bizarre.
It's
odd.
an odd experience.
We watched it dub, of course. That's the only way to watch that.
Which is like, it's like, you know, the epitome of a 4Kids dub. Just loud and obnoxious, and everyone screams all their dialogue, and the music wacky.
I can't believe they didn't go into the fucking backstory of that one hot girl who was like Midnight's girlfriend. She like showed up for like a second, but they didn't like talk about her at all. It was upsetting. Due to me being a Kirby lore meister and knowing every character.
This dude is asking me, Digi, do you fear or expect a backlash at the style of videos some of the Plebe and the Weeb episodes turned out to be, or what the selections were, being that it was a Kickstarter-backed project with certain expectations based on the first Plebe and the Weeb series? I don't fear or expect that because, A, enough of them are fairly normal. Enough of them are what you're expecting.
There's a couple of red pills scattered throughout the bunch. I think we'll be okay.
I mean,
and my Kirby one being
has...
the ultimate blue pill.
The Kirby one is definitely the most insane, but even that one, the first 10 minutes of it, we're discussing the movie. It then goes off the rails, you know? Like, none of them just starts off absolutely fucking batshit. They all kind of go... Each one starts kind of the same and then goes into its own direction. And if anything, I think that makes it way better. Because, like, if the show was just 10 episodes of the same exact thing, it would just be like... Really, we covered all the opinions you can have on the first Plebe and the Weeb season. You either really hate the show, you really like the show, or you're kind of in the middle. And
But
that's
you're always getting caught.
You know?
This ain't the Hardy Boys or Nancy Drew Mystery. It's just Keenan and Kel.
Infinity like Siegfried and Roy, Abbott and Costello, sucking action giraffe, Penn and Taylor. Somebody's in trouble. Here goes
Nick.
Hippo, are you trying to die right now? Are you getting hit by this train? Are you even there? Hippo?
Oh god, I forgot about stream.
I think he may have just gotten up and not realized he was standing in the train's path.
He's just crouching now. He's just
I
staying
think
low.
his controller is just on the floor.
He's taking a little ferret dump.
Sick.
Hey, you guys want to get red pilled on Dark Souls real quick?
Oh, I'm scared. But
Yo,
okay.
listen to this. Listen to this. So you know how there was, the Witch of Islith and all her daughters? You know how she had one son?
Mhm.
You know how he became that giant monster?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so it was one boy growing up with all girls. He was called Ceaseless Discharge before he became a monster.
Dude, like, that's sick, dude.
I know, bro.
So fucking red pilled. Hippo, where did you go?
Huh? I went to take a leak.
Did you know that you stood on the train tracks and died?
I did it deliberately as a joke.
It worked.
It was
Bro,
drawing
people in
attention to
chat
the
are
fact
talking
that
about
I'm
the
not
Kirby
here.
Tailor, and that's just literally me. I am the Kirby Tailor.
Yeah,
That's true. That's true.
that's definitely what you did in the plebe of the week.
Kirby tailed,
Yeah.
all right.
But yeah, I think the
Rode
show
the Warp
is.
Star into our hearts.
I think the show is made much better by the fact that we did not try to make it like a legitimate review show.
That would
It's-
just be boring.
yeah.
You know? Who
Yeah,
cares?
And I
this
mean,
is
we-
going bad.
I don't think we ever didn't say everything that needed to be said about the thing we were talking about. Like every time we finished,
Yeah.
I felt like
Yeah.
we had said everything that had to be, and then each one went in its own direction. And the grand finale will be fucking epic, and I hope everyone enjoys it.
Which one's the grand finale?
Well, I don't want to say.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's the one where you kill Shade, tragically.
I don't think Shade ever makes an appearance in the Pleading League. He
Does
was not
Victor?
around enough. Victor, yeah, he was in the fucking Final Fantasy 15 one. With
Oh, of course. How could I forget? How could I forget?
Ah. Good old.
you.
Give
Jesse,
and
have you
take
actually started
stream.
editing the first episode yet?
No.
Am I supposed to do that?
Oh,
Editing? What's that?
Donatello's editing the fucking Queen of the Week.
Oh no! I should each episode like guest editor.
Oh my
And
god.
just see what happens.
Hello
Honestly-
guys, I am here to edit the Kirby Plebe of the Whip. It's me, the African editor, everyone's favorite character.
Oh my god.
What
you know,
would
I
he
wanna
do to the
see,
footage? Would he just add
Yes.
papyrus or sands?
He would just.
No,
you
no,
know-
it would just turn everyone black in post.
Exactly. I want to see, I want to start one. It's like, hey everybody, this is your editor, Colt Corona. I'm sorry, I lost all
why
the
does Colt
footage,
Corona
but
sound
I
like
made
Monkey.
That's a good question. They're the same guy in my head. Basically, he's gonna do a crayon drawing rendition because he lost all the footage and fucked it up. And just
All
be-
the
I
people
hope
with
you
animal
like
heads
it.
are secret underground conspiracy.
Same guy.
Not the same guy, but they came from the same test tube lab. So Colt
They all
Corona
came
is
from
is
reverse
is Monkey's
Centauri.
brother also.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it sounds legit.
yeah, yes, affirmative, confirmed.
Affirmative action.
And what's his face? Cunt Corona was born from the same test tube, only his sample got a little bit of vanilla Coke spilled into it.
Everybody, it's me, Cunt Corona.
Oh no!
Another terrible character.
I love you.
I have cancer from smoking cock.
Smoking cock?
Smoking cock?
You're not.
Smoking cock.
That's not what you're supposed to do with that.
I light a small flame under the ball sack and smoke out the essence of a man from the penis, and that gave me lung cancer. And now I'm gone too. You'll never see me again. Bye.
You'll never be forgotten, Cunt Corona.
I don't like him.
You do realize Cunt Corona is real.
Wait, what?
He's
Yeah,
a real
he's real.
character. My brother made him. He got a unicorn mask.
Oh,
I mean-
that's right. I forgot all about that. There is an actual Cunt Corona.
But now he has extra lore. That he smokes
he's
cocks.
He's got
Now he
cancer.
has lung
'cause he
cancer from
smokes cock.
smoking cocks.
how are you guys all available for random recordings lately? Because
lately,
I'm thinking about, because I was inspired by Mumkey's whole Spyro video series where he's got all these different revolving co-hosts, that I kind of want to do a podcast series where I just have a different person on each episode.
I call dibs on first guy.
And just to do it on either After Dark or on PCP, depending on how things go. I definitely want to do a podcast with Jesse in the very future about Patreon and how it needs to be fucking fixed.
Number one thing is fire every smug millennial who works for the PR department. That's number one.
Entire fucking staff.
They all gotta go. Well, yeah.
They need competition, but I want to. I mean, I want it to be like a just kind of a short, concentrated podcast for After Dark.
Yeah.
But I want to have Jesse on so he can talk about his specific issues that he's had, because no
good,
one I know has gotten fucked worse than Jesse has on Patreon. So.
Why not PCP? Why not just have like its own show for just two people talking about? Like, the
I mean, we
actual
can,
topic?
but like that particular thing, I want it to get a little bit more attention. Like, because I would like something to be done about it if possible. I think Patreon would possibly watch my video about them.
Yeah, they
So-
probably would, because they're a bunch of.
Especially if you call them fucking stupid idiots.
Dude, the thing about Patreon is like they're the This is super red pilled right now. They're like the Obama of like, I don't know, internet money making things. In that when they're there, they're really cool and shiny, and it makes everyone totally forget that there are any problems around when they're there. But there's actually lots of horrible things going on. You need to pay attention.
Oh, God,
what the fuck was that?
3 months after his
No.
Let's Play channel.
No.
I hear Jumpy moans, but,
Yeah, it's.
but I don't know where he's coming from.
I'm glad it interrupted me. I was going down the red hole rabbit hole. I didn't want to.
Hey guys, it's me, the Davoo here.
Wow.
Alright, I'm alright.
The Under Davoo 97. Dude, we should get an African Davoo.
Hello, I am the African Davoo.
Oh, there he is.
I also, on my weekends, I play the African undertaler. I have a lot of jobs that I do.
This is all just a way to pay the bills.
We need to eventually introduce like a machine version of the Undertaler called the Undertaler 588, and he's like the upgraded future version. He's the one who's been built to replace the Undertaler from a dark timeline.
The Undertaler does actually have a degree in robotics.
Oh my God, he built his own replacement, but it got out of control and it displaced him from the throne. There you go.
That can be completely true, but the reason he has that is because it's not out yet, but he's actually replaced me with a robot.
Oh my God!
Because he took one of my Tism stones, and he needs to keep me out of the picture. So
even one grants that much power, huh?
Well, he hasn't turned me into a robot, but really, it's like Sonic, where like I'm trapped inside of a robot.
Right.
And, like when someone bounces on me, they break me out.
Is that Carmelita?
This
That's
dude
Carmelita.
asked, Digi,
Look at how
when are
cute
the
she is.
PCP
She's looking
interviews
for me.
coming again? Soon, I hope. I have time to do them, and Nate. The next one was going to be Nate. We recorded a drunk one.
Oh boy, it was
that
not
got
good.
thrown away. Like it was like an hour and 13 minutes. Then Nate was just like, I can't do this anymore.
I was
Give
just
me the
too drunk
audio,
to function.
I'm throwing it away.
Yeah, and I made sure it never saw the light of day.
And then, so like I've always had it in my mind that Nate would be next, but we just haven't had a good moment where our schedules align. Partly because
this weekend it just didn't. Yeah.
Well, because I wasn't awake during the day and you weren't awake at night, so so our schedules have not lined up perfectly enough. But it'll probably happen sometime soon. Mumkey really wants to do one, so I'll probably cover him sometime in the near future.
Yeah.
And I mean, who else do I need? Tom.
Tom.
Once
Jeff
my
and
comic
Mage.
comes out, I want you to redo mine because my interviews fucking sucks. Because you literally like didn't give me any direction. You're just like, hey, just say it, dude. Like,
That's what the interviews are. It's just like a conversation about your life.
It's gay.
You should make a anime
was
review
fine.
of that interview and point out all the bullshit and give it a 0 out of 10.
I will. Once I kill the Prime Minister of Israel and give him a free Xbox run, then the world will turn out munch. This game is like, fuck! It's like one of those. Oh.
What?
Yeah.
Are you
What
are you following?
Do you like it or not? Yeah, I'm following her without being seen.
Okay.
She's the cute policewoman girl fox.
I guess that's why they call this game Ass in Creed. I'd fuck that fox.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm
I'm
struggling
saying,
to remember
dog.
this. This guy says, The PC universe is essentially that Rick and Morty episode with the aliens that transform into wacky characters. Do you mean
Oh,
one with
the
Mr. Poopy
brain,
Butthole?
the brain ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Okay.
It's gotta be it. That's gotta be it.
What was that video that
Yeah.
explained that Mr. Poopy Butthole was actually real because it was a different universe and we had been
What was
skipping?
the end of that episode?
No.
No, there
But
was
there was a
video.
YouTube video that explained like showing that
Was it
there
the
was
Crazy Rick theory one?
Yeah.
The multiverse theory episode.
Wait,
Yeah, it
so
was
was
a
that
really-
actually just another? Was that not our normal family? That was an alt universe family.
No, it was it was an alt universe family, and we may not have been seeing
Oh.
the same Rick in every episode. Like it could have been just any one. So like,
Yeah,
but there's hints to
it was
which
an
which Ricks are where, and it's like
Yeah,
whoa.
like there's certain episodes where we may be watching Ricks from a different universe from the one that we're used to.
So
It was
does
an
that
interesting
mean-
theory, though I have my doubts about its canonicity.
I just want to remember what that
but
video is because I want to see it again.
I have it
mean,
on my.
How the fuck do we keep like narrative lines in order if we don't know which fucking family we're watching?
The thing
Well,
thing that's cool
mostly
about
just-
it is
was
that
mostly just the fart episode and the one right after it, which was the poopy butthole episode, because you can see the fart gems in the beginning of that episode.
Yeah.
That's like a clear link between those two.
Okay.
And the reason that it's a theory is because their idea, their like fantasy booking, was that because there's maybe there could be a Crumbopulous Michael that's still alive somewhere and could break Rick out of prison. Was the end all of that, the whole point of that.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. All right. He's a sneaky boy.
is that yet another shitty character being created right now?
It's me, Steven Universe Taylor. I'm here to fucking take your dick off stone.
No.
the video.
Best character of all.
The video in question, the Rick and Morty video, is called "The Secret of the Ticket: Rick and Morty Theory."
Oh, it's because they
Munchie,
swapped the tickets. Yeah.
You really, you've really captured my heart and my imagination with that one.
Steven Universe.
I just
Good
imagine
man.
you sounded like you had like some kind of real bitter grudge that was just all coming out. Like you couldn't contain it anymore. You've just been sitting there thinking about it and being like, "Oh God, they're not gonna know what I mean, but I have to say it."
Steven Universe.
It's like Skeletor sinking into quicksand. What
So much fucking pain.
I can't wait to go to fucking California Adventure.
The Steven Universe Taylor was once a mortal man, but he started watching Steven Universe, and unrelated to that, his whole life fell apart. But in his mind, he blames Steven Universe.
It's like we're a person who actually hates Steven Universe.
That's fucking SJW shit.
Feels like
But yet he
he's
calls
living
himself
in
the Steven Universe Taylor.
Well, he's like Batman. He has clad himself in that which he despises most to make his enemies afraid. You know.
That
He's-
fucking dyke is in control. I fucking hate her.
He's taken the ultimate red pill. He sees what none of us can, which is that our world has become the Steven Universe.
Oh my God.
The Steven Universe Taylor has taken the fucking the crimson
The
pill.
crystal pill. Yeah, I don't know.
Crystal pill.
It's like a super red pill, but only for Steven Universe.
Made of purified Hitler, and it's just the purest distilled essence of masculinity that only Hitler brought to the world. We need to bring back.
For a
Why
brief
am I
moment-
so unhappy? Steven!
I was
There
almost gonna
are no
ask.
positive male role models in that fucking show.
It's so real.
Fucking Christ.
Wow, I didn't realize he was so right about everything.
Yeah,
He's the best character.
He's the ultimate, like he's on pole every day.
Yeah.
When he's not watching Steven Universe, he's on pole.
It's not just on pole. He bought pole.
Yeah.
He did what Cernovich couldn't
He's
do.
the
and
king of
actually
pole.
bought pole. Oh my god.
Alright,
Your decision is barbaric.
that should be abolished. Hey guys, Sargon of Akkad here with another video.
Oh, Steven Universe Taylor. Why are there so many they're so why are they banding together?
You're like, why are there so many Taylors?
It's not like
no
the-
one's fault but mine.
They're all refugees from the Taylorverse.
We should listen to Trump. We have to keep them out.
Is the Taylorverse adjacent to the Sandlerverse? Are they around the same place?
They're
I
directly
imagine
diagonal.
there's like a Green Lantern Corps of all the Taylors that come together and fight cosmic SJW causes
All
together.
the
and
Taylors
whatnot.
are trying to get all the Tism stones for their own nefarious purposes, so
Right.
they can get the ultimate cod piece.
Well,
So do you-
I hope the Steven Universe Taylor gets it because he's right about most things, and we'll save the.
Finally be able to stop them turning the frickin' frogs gay.
Alex Jones is their
I'll
prophet.
fucking kill John Oliver.
Oh, Steven Universe Taylor.
Already we're
Only
reminiscing.
you.
His name doesn't
Already.
even fit the scheme. He's
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
He's such a shit character.
He's called the Steven Universe Taylor because he tells tales.
Finally,
He tails them.
finally, a shit character to rival Glue Man.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Glue Man?
Dude, Glue Man's fucking cool. Fuck you. Glue
Man is
gave
cool,
the
but
Glue Man to
Germa
Grossi.
Germa insists that he's a shit character.
That's
despite
true.
the fact that he's totally cool.
Yeah.
Really breaks my immersion when I watch and he's talking shit on Glue Man. I can't get into that shit.
Really
that
disappointing that
negativity.
Germa is so wrong about his own character.
You know who's
I
a
think
shit
his
character, though?
disgust is
Batboy.
part of the charm of Glue Man.
Yeah.
I hope Germa likes all the Taylors.
We should just have a Taylor Rumble to see who finally gets the Tism stones.
He's shit, yeah. Who has the
I'm the Germa Taylor. Why aren't you releasing normal videos on your main channel, Germa?
Tumblr?
The Tumblr Taylor.
There's infinite possibilities, and all of them are the wrong turn.
And wouldn't the Tumblr Taylor just be the Steven Universe Taylor? I mean, really.
No, because the Steven Universe Taylor hates Tumblr and everything Steven Universe.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you're right.
He's
you're
his
right. I
arch
forgot.
rival.
He's named
He's
after
his
that
arch
movie.
rival and yet is exactly as bad.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's me, the Tumblr Taylor. Here with another book.
The what?
Here with another book.
The Tumblr Taylor.
Oh.
Oh my god, he sounds like a Tumblr Taylor.
It's tail as in foxtail.
Oh,
Right.
Like he
there
looks
it
She's
is.
a kitsune. She
Yeah.
identifies as a kitsune kin. Right. Yeah, I'm with you.
Hey guys, it's me, the PCP Taylor here.
Oh
Uh-oh.
no, no! I don't see that guy. I don't even want to imagine what he would be like.
I really like the podcast.
God damn it! I'm gonna walk into a room someday and say, "Hey guys, it's me," followed by something, and have everyone just go, "Oh!" Just like this guy. What a legend. Hey guys, it's me. No! One day.
Twitch
Reminds
chat
me
isn't
of,
working for me, but I can only imagine it's great.
It reminds me of how the how much of Rick and Morty's character design was done, which was apparently that Justin Roiland would just walk into the studio. Hey guys, I'm Mr. Floopy Doopy Doop, and then that would just become a character like immediately, and they'd write it into the show.
We finally
Basically-
surpassed Justin Roiland.
We have
did
basically the exact same creative process. As Rick.
it.
We
All
should get
these
Justin
fucking
Roiland on
posers
the
are gay.
podcast.
I'm the only actual good character.
Oh yeah.
We should get Justin Roiland on the podcast.
He was
if
on
only he can do
H3's podcast, so obviously he'll do anything.
And he was on Game Grumps, so that episode was lost, unfortunately.
Yeah, fuck
Why
them.
would
They
we
fucked up
on
there.
Game Grumps?
Because he's my hero.
Well, it was back when we weren't completely done with Game Grumps that they would have done it. So it would have been redeemed, and they
Speak for yourself.
failed.
Oh my God, guys! The
I'm
ultimate,
speaking for
the,
myself.
The Taylor.
I'm speaking for my boy.
Oh no, it's gone too
The,
far.
the custodian of all Taylor knowledge.
Right. Yeah.
Shit, somebody should do a lecture on all this Taylor lore. It
It'll
should
get to
we
that point where
we
there'll
should
need to
try and
be
make
one.
it as complex
We're gonna
as
end up with-
Kingdom Hearts, and
We're
then
gonna end up with Taylor's anime reviews, Taylor's anime reviews, Taylor's
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey guys, it's me, the Endless Jest Taylor here.
Oh,
Time to
no.
remake his videos.
Monkey, get out of here!
Hey, this guy got it.
Oh my God, that's a good one.
By the way, I keep saying the phrase when my comic comes out. Like the day my comic comes out, 50 other things are gonna come out. By the way,
Wow.
I have all of them planned,
I know what
including
that's
but
like.
not limited to a Nuzlocke and also a fucking porn.
Acorn.
How far
Munchie,
along
that's
is
great.
your comic, Munchie?
All the sketches are done.
Oh, good.
All the pages.
Well, there's
Where?
one sketch that has not yet been done. Grant your fucking outline in chalk on the ground when I gun you down the street, you fucking dog. I gotta sketch that, motherfucker.
How many
Do it
pages
now.
is the comic, Munchie? Is he gone? Is he peeing in something?
He's probably. Oh my God! No! No!
Oh,
No!
it's happening
No!
again!
No!
Oh, right
No!
into my headphones!
No!
Oh,
What the? No!
No!
This cannot be
The
a
urine
recurring
Taylor
thing.
struck again!
Urine
God
Taylor.
damn it!
How can
Jesus.
one man have so much piss?
The fuck, dude?
You didn't drink it, did you?
Smell it through the internet.
Oh.
This one's particularly rank.
All right, Munchie, just let me tell you. One time peeing in the middle of a stream thing is a curiosity. 2 times is a humorous series of events. 3 times or more.
First
is
time,
just- you're
shame
just
on
that
you.
guy. You're
Second
just
time,
the guy-
shame on me.
You're just the guy who pees during streams 3 times.
That's
Just
what
letting you know
you're gonna
that.
be known for.
So,
Yeah.
tread
Press
with
1 for
caution.
P, guys.
No, don't press 1 for
Don't do
pee.
it. Don't press 1 for P.
Actually, 1 literally is pee, and number 2 would be poop. So press 1 for piss and 2 for poop
Yeah,
if you want him to poop on
There's so
stream.
many ones right now. There's so many.
Jesus Christ.
Every streamer podcast is a race to see whether Munchie pees in a bottle like that my pants.
I was about to say, press
Oh
2
my
if you want
God.
Jesse to shit himself.
Oh, we got some 2s. We're getting some
We got
2s.
We got some 2s.
Yeah, there they are. There they are. Oh
The
my
2s
God.
are dwarfed by the 1s, though.
That's
the 1s
true.
are just
They've been
everywhere.
conditioned to type 1 mindlessly
Yeah.
like automatons. So, you know.
For the record, so have we.
Oh my God.
By the end of
that's
Radcon 2, we were all just screaming 111 every time
That's true.
anything remotely related to Munch came up.
I hope what's his fucking god damn it, Deagle Nation, the commander. I hope the commander knows one day of the impact he's left on us with his 111 tradition. It's wonderful. He's
It's
done-
all because he had to kill
wonderful.
his dad in The Sims.
Yeah, that's right. How
God,
did I mean?
fucking
Just what
Chase.
inspires a man to say press 1 for me to kill my dad? You know, like what's the significance of the 1? in that
Press
situation?
1! Press 1 if I should kill my dad! You have to press 1! Yeah, I'm gonna turn on some sad piano music. That's sick, okay? That's what I believe. That's sick.
Hey,
Press
some guy was asking a question and was like
Oh, yeah,
really
shit, there are
insistent that we
questions.
answer it. So let's just
Yeah,
answer
please.
this guy. I mean, I don't know why he's so
I have not
interested.
seen any. All I've been seeing is fucking long stretches of numbers. For
There,
quite some
well, yeah,
time.
it was before that. It was just some guy said.
Hey, I'm curious
Which of your
after this question
yeah.
as to how many people are
hang
watching
on.
the stream.
The guy just said, which femme PCP would you fuck? And I mean, I think across the board, we'd all fuck our female selves. I know I would. I would definitely
Absolutely
fuck
for
my
me.
female self, because everyone else would be disgusting hambies. Only mine would, you know, be a 10 out of 10 goddess.
If by fuck you mean never look at, then yeah.
I assume everyone else would fuck my female version, because she would also be the hottest. Without a
I
doubt.
no.
mean, if we're talking about as portrayed by Jade Moreau, I found my own the most attractive. So.
Of course you did. That's like enjoying your own farts and not enjoying someone else's
Well,
farts.
It's like enjoying your own piss. Only some barbarian would do that. By the way, I just need to point out how wrong that guy got me.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's a girl,
Yeah.
but whatever. I think I get what you're saying.
You know.
Anyone else care to comment on this? This guy really wanted to know for some reason.
As you all know, I hate sex, so no one.
Gib, what about you? Did you
Huh?
like your female self? She was cute. She
Yeah.
was probably my favorite design.
I am pretty well designed.
Sick.
10 out of 10.
We've got separately the questions: why is Jeff such a Chad, and is there a conspiracy to
Jeff's
kick
not a
Jeff
Chad.
out of the PCP? Maybe.
There wouldn't be a conspiracy. We just, you know, we'd get our boots.
Jeff is just a complete
Well,
ghost member.
I mean,
at
I'll
this point.
tell you guys, he's just not around. So, you know, I
Yeah.
don't know. It's up to him. He can do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
Yeah, we're not like we don't
There's-
secretly hate him. It's not like a personal
Little
thing. It's just
point
sort of like a
regarding him as a PCP member at this point.
yeah.
Like
he's a nice guy and we all like him.
He showed up to RadCon and it was kind of like it was the kind of thing where I was thinking either he's gonna show up and hang out with us and realize that he really likes part of the PCP, or it just goes on as it is and we never hear from him. And that's how it's been. Like I don't think he's showed up in the chat once since RadCon 2.
He is not. He is not. Pretty sure.
So he's like asked me like the only time he's contacted me was to ask if I wanted to be on the cast about the like I don't want to be on that. So
Yep. We talked about it a little bit too.
so yeah, at this point it's hard, like regardless of whether we would want to kick him out, it's hard to regard him as a member when he's neither in the chat or on the show. So
It's just everyone here really wants to be here, and
yeah,
he's not here. So you know, what can you do? That's it.
like I don't think he has noticed at all that he's not in the banner anymore, because the new banner just doesn't have a picture of him for it.
Yeah, because the dude didn't make it.
Yeah, nor did he notice that he wasn't drawn cast. He doesn't know anything about the fucking PCP memes or anything. He doesn't watch the show.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that if we just went to him and said, do you mind just not being a PCP member? And he'll just be like, yeah,
He'd be
sure.
like, what?
Yeah, he'll be like, he wouldn't
He'll
really
probably say,
think
"What's
about
the fucking PCP?"
Yeah. What are you talking about? You guys have members?
Yeah, it's like I don't think he'd be like that upset if we just kicked him out in that sort of sense. So maybe we should.
I mean, really, the difference.
It's not like
is
it's not like this is like a John and Aaron sort of drama brewing.
No.
That nothing will really
It's-
come of this.
Really, the main difference between him and the rest of us is that he participates in like many other social groups, and none of us do that. The PCP
One's enough for me.
is our social group, and he's like just got all these other connections that he's also like worried about and shit. Like he does more with the fucking super best friends than he does with us at this point.
Yeah, that's for sure.
They've been in like 5 of his recent videos. It's
Really?
fucking insane.
Jeez.
Oh
What?
man,
Hmm.
What?
if it isn't a YouTube guy, Jeff. That's what he does.
What?
What are you talking about?
Jeff does YouTube.
He sure does.
Oh man.
Thank you, Munchie. Totally follow
For a second, I thought you were like trying to scare us into thinking that he had joined the chat, and like, oh, there he is. But no, you just saying nothing.
Hey man.
I'm sorry, I'm insensitive.
Thank you. Here, we could get Jeff in here. He's online.
Yeah, we could on my Twitch gaming stream we could bring it up.
Yeah.
On
No.
the secret hidden the
I'm
secret
gonna say no to that.
This is the secret hidden podcast PCP. This will never be shown ever. I will never release it anywhere. It has a life death. You know, the life expectancy. It will die.
It has a life death.
Someone says in chat, get Jeff to defend JoJo.
Dude, there's nothing to
did you make a
defend.
video
Everyone
about
here
how you hate
JoJo.
JoJo or something?
They were
Is
talking
that what
about
all
how
these questions
JoJo
are
isn't
about?
like a 10 out of 10 intellectual masterpiece, and apparently Black Blade 1 has a problem with that. Everyone likes JoJo, dude. It's just not like the greatest thing of all time. Come on, get over yourself, dude. Come on.
Sick.
Yeah.
JoJo was an anime that he thought it
funny
was
because
good,
defend
but he
JoJo
was
because
just
Jeff
another
already-
anime.
Jeff
Like,
had like
I'm literally the biggest JoJo fan here. I love it more than everyone else. I've been reading
Get
it
back.
for a decade. I'm a
Get
huge
back.
fan. All right.
Get back
All right.
to where you once belonged,
Oh,
in the
he doesn't
gutter.
care. Oh, he doesn't care. All right, buddy. All right. You don't care about anything, do you? Well, why'd you even comment? Why are you even here right now if you don't care about anything? Oh, fuck you. What a cowardly move. You're a coward, Black One, Blade
Fuck
One.
you, Black One,
You're-
Black fucking Blade is cool.
You're a bitch.
He's good at Smash Bros. And he's like German. Oh my god! It's the Guitar Tailor!
I'm just kidding, Black One. Don't worry about it.
Hippo, are we gonna keep going with this? Did you just beat that level?
I don't know. I beat a mission. I'm a bit tired, and I think the fun podcast
Yeah, let's kill this thing.
stuff is petered out. Thank you everybody for watching. Subscribe to twitch.tv/
Oh shit!
right over.
Crap in my pants!
Oh, there it is.
Sick.
Press
It
two.
is.
Press
Yes,
two,
yes.
everybody. Press
Yes,
two.
Yes. I want this to be a thing.
Two.
Much in the same way
Yes.
that it isn't over until the fat lady sings. It isn't over until the normal sized
shits his
Jess
pants.
shits his pants. And there
Jesse,
it
I
is.
believe you, but I'm just upset that there isn't like an audible noise.
I'm upset there isn't a visible smell in the air.
Like a cartoon.
Exactly. Stank lines.
Stinky.
If you follow. End the stream, Gab, please.
Yeah!
I am Jesus, son of God. Let me tell you a very special story about a man on a mountain with a fucking fish. Not the fish story! Oh!
Oh, it's the underfisher.
Oh my god. Press 2 for shits, everybody.
Make it stop!
That sounds like a machine gun.
It does. He's rapid firing out there. Oh my god.
It's hell out there.
The ceiling is completely covered.
You know, wow. You know, Jesse, when he came back from BronyCon, or from fucking RadCon, he thought that the basement had been flooded with sewer water. Actually, he had come back a day before, had amnesia, and he had pooped all that poopy water out himself into the basement.
It was so clear. What did he eat to make this happen?
No one. We can only speculate. Okay, please end the stream, please.
Yes.
It's time.
Hi guys, it's me, the regular undertaler. What did I miss?
Yeah.